because Donald Trump has been very, very stark in his words. He is telling not only this country, and in case anyone had forgotten, we are still part of the continent of Europe, even though we have left the EU. So when he's talking about Europe, and Europe had to get itself together, or you're not going to have Europe anymore, he's talking about Britain. He's talking about Britain, and he's talking about other European countries too. And I want to ask you this. I mean, he's talking about immigration killing Europe. And I want to ask you this question. Is immigration killing Britain? Is immigration killing Britain? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Now, it's emotive language, and it's President Trump's language, but it's stark. And I do think that we need to have an open, honest, measured, calm discussion about immigration in the land, both legal and illegal. And for those of you who find the term illegal offensive, that's fine. You can explain why you find it offensive and why you disagree with the use of the term. But even if you disagree with the use of the term, what you probably will agree on, and we can all agree on, is that there's a vibe shift. There is definitely a vibe shift going on when it comes to the tolerance of the ordinary British public, the man and woman on the street, when it comes to immigration. It's particularly driven around the asylum hotels, but it's not only that. I think we would just to focus on that, and that is the most visible expression of it, because people are being housed in hotels, and then the Prime Minister says there's plenty of housing that can be, where these people can be relocated to, and people are scratching their heads wondering, well, hang on a second, I've been on the council waiting list for a house for months and months and months, if not years. Where are all these properties? So there are real issues to discuss, and for me, they really center around three things, which I'm going to come to in a second. But just on Trump, before people start condemning Trump, and you can condemn him as much as you want, it's absolutely fine. But before you do, remember this, because Fraser Nelson's got an interesting piece in the Times today. Donald Trump can show Keir Starmer how to stop the boats. Now, this is from his piece. It's hard to understand Trump's re-election without grasping the depth of feeling about illegal immigration under Joe Biden. This is Fraser Nelson. The border is closed. The border is secure, declared Alejandro Mayorkas, Biden's Homeland Security Chief in 2021. An unprecedented 2.2 million illegals arrived the next year proved him wrong. There is no word to describe this except invasion, said the governor of Montana, a state 800 miles from the southern border, but already feeling the ramifications. Then what happened was this. Trump got elected. He declared a national emergency on day one, deploying thousands of troops to the Mexican border. Then came shock and awe. Some 10,000 refugees who had been approved for settlement in the US had the offer rescinded, their entry denied, and their flight tickets rendered worthless. Police were told to detain everyone rather than release people who would then start their asylum case. It caused outrage. But to Trump, helpful outrage, it sent out a message: best not try your luck. The results were almost instant and spectacular. Monthly figures for border encounters collapsed to the lowest level since the 1960s. Doesn't stop there. He also talks about ICE. Fraser Nelson in this piece. The Immigration, Customs and Enforcement Agency started to go after those who had been in the US for years, using what critics regard as stormtrooper-style tactics. Masked officers raided workplaces. Flash grenades were used against California protesters. Under Biden, ICE had in effect been told to stand down. You might not like Donald Trump, but as he says, promises made, promises kept, at least on border control. There are three things that occur to me, and I've been talking about this for a very, very, very long time. Indeed, there's a piece that I pulled up here from July the 2nd, 2008. And it says this, It was only last month that the BNP gained a veneer of respectability by taking its first seat on the London Assembly. The question that the tireless campaigner should have been asking, this is someone that this writer of this piece met outside a train station, was why? This is a question the political establishment has thus far sought to avoid, but for how much longer? It may offend the sensibilities of those who happily munch on sea bass and sip sancerre at their favourite Italian eatery in Islington on Notting Hill, that ordinary people could possibly vote for a party that wishes to repatriate foreigners and whose leader demands their orders. But that is the reality, and it says this is perfectly rational for a growing proportion of the white working class who feel marginalised by the political elite that would rather ignore them to vote the BNP. Who wrote that piece? One Alan Mirage, entitled "It's Perfectly Rational for the Ignored White Working Class to Vote BNP," July the 2nd, 2018. Look it up. It's not just the white working class though that are really irritated about this. No. Getting beyond that, and it focuses around three issues in my view, and I'm going to leave you with this story. One is fairness, the great British concept of fairness. That is completely being crushed at the moment when people feel that they are scraping to get by, they're waiting on housing lists for council accommodation, they are trying to scrape together enough money to put food on the table, and I see people coming in and being housed and clothed by the British state, not with lots and lots of money, no, but they feel it's unjust. It's a fairness issue. Number two, cohesion. Social cohesion and the social fabric is now, I think, framed. And it's framed quickly, and it's framed in a very troubling manner. We already saw unrest last summer. We hope and pray that there is not unrest this summer, but we need to get and address the underlying issue. And when Nigel Farage talks about the potential for civil disobedience on a mass scale in Britain, he's just reflecting reality. He's not inciting anything, he's just reflecting a reality. You can see this up and down the land. And thirdly, this goes fundamentally to a question of control. Control of the border by and not just this government, successive governments that have failed to do that most basic of responsibilities of a government. Control the border, for heaven's sake. It's about fairness, it's about community cohesion, it's about control.
Give me Bob vibe. See that sign, mate? I need to rip it down, boss.
Immigration in my view can be a great strength. Absolutely great strength. But I think at the moment, dangerous indoctrines, unless this is
you see this sign? I need to rip it down, boss.
In a measured, calm, sensible manner, please. Is immigration killing Britain? 0345 60 60
The woman standing there's like, what is he doing?
You can text 84850. You can also ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. This is, in my view, one of the most potent issues that has been festering like a sore for over 25 years. When I wrote that article about why people were voting for the BNP, I wrote the fact that there was a piece here that I wrote, in this piece I wrote this. It seemed pretty obvious that if every year over 150,000 people, the equivalent of a city the size of Peterborough, were settling in the UK, this would not only place strain on public services, but also on the cohesion of communities. But I was vilified by opponents on the left, Liberals and Labour alike, and accused of pandering to a racist agenda and engaging in dog whistle politics in an attempt to shore up the Conservatives' vote. That was 2008, my friends. It's now 2025. 150,000 then, 900,000 just the other year. Go figure. Is immigration killing Britain? 0345 6060 973 text 84858. I'm on LBC 1215. LBC.
Protect your dog from fleas and ticks with new Front Pro chewable tablets. Easy to give, each tablet offers 1 month's protection, helping to keep your dog happy, healthy and close. Because nothing should come between you. Front Pro chewable tablets from the makers of Frontline. Available online or in store from pet specialist retailers. For more information, see uk.frontline.com. Contains afoxolana.
So, what are you watching at the moment? Squid Game, Dad.
Let's watch it together this weekend. That'll be nice. What's it on again?
Netflix. You've got ETV, so you just switch it on. What season are we up to?
4. That's Stranger Things, Mom.
And what about the kids? Don't worry, they'll watch Cocomelon for the 100th time. Switch on Netflix with EETV. Plus change up sports and entertainment. It's TV with the ultimate flex for the whole thing. EETV requires EE broadband. Separate 24-month contracts for TV and broadband content and various times apply.
Check out PayPal. 3% cash back on my day out to the beach. I got cash back on a train ticket to Brighton. Ow! Ow! And I used PayPal to buy the speaker. Get ready for some Brighton wow. Last month I got cash back on the sweet portable barbecue. How do you want your burger? Medium, rare, wet?
Your trusted way to pay. Now with 3% cash back all summer. Sign up in the app. Check out PayPal. Promo ends 30th of September. Activate offer in the app and select a category each month. Max £15 per month. T's and C's apply.
Here comes Steve, with the satisfied smile of a man who's checking out at midday after a great night's sleep and a delicious unlimited brekkie. See the untamable bedhead hair, and if you look really close, you can see that properly well-rested glow. Which can only mean one thing. Last night he slept at Premier Inn. Get better sleep for your money. Premier Inn. Rest easy. Breakfast subject to availability. T's and C's apply.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Ali Mirage on LBC 1218. Is immigration killing Britain? Donald Trump thinks so. What do you think? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Johnny Wembley, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. To answer your question, no. The day I agree with anything that comes out of Trump's mouth will be the day I die. And I say no because I think the problem is racism, Ali. I think what's going on today and what went on last year was nothing but racism. It has nothing to do with immigration. Immigration has been going on in this country for years. I'm a 60s guy, and basically the problem was immigration then. In the 70s, it was immigration. 80s, it was immigration. It's always immigration, Ali. But the real truth today, especially today, is all about race.
What would you say, John, to people who would come back at you and say, look, we're ordinary folk, we're worried about the security and safety of our kids. Yeah. And this is the charge that's been made around a certain Essex hotel at the moment, where a young girl was supposedly is being investigated, right? With allegations of assault by this individual who was, as I understand it, staying at this asylum hotel. So people are genuinely fearful and concerned. What do you say to them?
Well, I will say to them, well, are they honestly telling me that this is the only girl that's been sexually assaulted in Essex? And if not, where have those protests been regarding the other girls that have been sexually assaulted? Because it seems to me, Ali, it's only if you're white and you commit a sexual assault, not a problem. If you're a different colour and you do it, and you just happen to be residing in a hotel, all hell's going to break loose.
I don't think it's as simple as that. I don't think anyone saying that sexual assault of any young woman is acceptable at all, by someone of any colour. But I also think to ignore the sentiment completely when people are staying in some hotels in this country, and obviously they have to be housed somewhere when they come, and the system is completely and utterly broken. But there are solutions to that, and one Donald Trump will show the solution. Now, it's not a particularly nice one that sort of sits comfortably with our liberal sensibilities in this country. I mean, I don't like seeing the ICE footage myself of people with their heads shaved off being shackled like prisoners. I mean, I find it pretty uncomfortable, but it achieves results.
No, but look at the results and look at the division it's caused in America. Now, with Donald Trump, the first thing with Donald Trump, he's a compulsive liar. Before you get into anything else with Donald Trump, that is what he is. Okay? And then the other issue I've got with Donald Trump to a point is regarding the whole immigration thing. He only allowed white South Africans to enter his country because apparently there's a white genocide going on in South Africa. How is that not about race?
But John, he's not lying about this. I mean, it's very transparent for all to see. What he's saying is, his crackdown, there's no one coming in illegally into his country. Well, let me ask you this, John, before I let you go.
Okay.
There's a piece by Janice Turner in the Times today saying that we ask a lot from small towns to take migrants. She talks about this in southern Norfolk, a small village there. And she says on Monday night, a protest was held outside a hotel there after the Home Office announced that currently 46 kids and 34 adults, mostly women, had to leave, and they were going to be replaced by young adult men. I mean, there's a feeling that amongst the locals that, you know, this is going to cause some issues, and people are genuinely concerned about young men who are single, potentially going around, hanging around in the park, hanging around, provoked by boredom, who might engage in all sorts of activity. I mean, do you understand the sentiment?
No. Do I understand, or do I hear the sentiment? I hear the sentiment. Do I understand it? Not really, because as I said, this immigration thing has been going on for quite a while now, and just about now it's only started to boil to the point of protest.
Well, what she's saying.
I understand the concerns, and like everybody else, you have to address those concerns.
Okay, right? Yeah, I understand the point you're making. I mean, the interesting thing here is that it says that many have destroyed their passports, their criminal records cannot be checked. Many have arrived from places of violent conflict, often with medieval attitudes to women and girls. I mean, that's the counterpoint. John, thank you for your call. David in King's Cross, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I just like to say I'm an immigrant and I'm an economist, and this has nothing to do with race or colour that I'm both of those, but it's to do with economics, which is the population of the country has increased by 10 million people in the last 25 years, which is an 18% increase, and the tax income has gone down by 14%. So we are 32% worse off than we were 25 years ago. So we now have 70 billion people living on the taxes raised by 60 billion people, and therefore the country is broken. And until that's fixed, until we stop increasing the numbers, doesn't matter the colour, where they come from, it's the quantity of people who are going to add into that problem, which is that they're contributing to the tax system, but not as much as they take out of it. And so 70 million people are living on the taxes raised by 60 million people.
So David is fundamental, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. For you, David, you're seeing this as primarily a question of economics rather than social cohesion. Is that fair?
It's totally fair. And one final point is that there are something like 100 million people within 2,000 miles of the UK who would come here tomorrow if they could. And what we're going to do to stop them. So this is the tip of the iceberg. There's a tsunami coming, and obviously the average man in the street.
David, this is the thing. There is something we can do to stop them, but we don't have the wherewithal, the guts to do it, right? I mean, you've seen what Trump's done. We don't have it in us.
No, because they're illegal, but it's a process that's allowed to come. So if it's 2,000 a day or 20,000 a day, there's nothing we can do about it.
David, let me ask you. Because you're saying it's primarily about economics, and I understand.
Only economics.
You're saying it's only economics. You see, I disagree with you there. I agree that economics is a big part of it. Absolutely, I'm with you. But where I disagree with you respectfully is I don't think it's only economics. I also think there are social cohesion factors at play here.
I agree.
And I think it's driven by two things, John. Sorry, David. I think it's driven by two things. One is the sheer numbers, right? So immigration can be a very positive and great thing if managed carefully and also given time to integrate people. If you're importing 900,000+ people, and now it's like 440,000 last year, whatever the number is, still way above the 150,000 I was writing about in 2008, which was deemed far too high then. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's 10 million people. We haven't managed the 10 million, and we can't manage the next million, 5 million, 10 million. And so we're going to be completely swamped by people who can just get here, they can leave one safe country and come here, and we're going to be swamped by a tsunami of those people.
David, what do you think he means when Donald Trump says immigration is killing Europe?
always intrigued.
What do you
It's exactly what I'm saying. It's not about the people or the colour or where they come from. It's the economics that they go into a system where there is insufficient tax already being paid by the population, and then they don't contribute the same as they take, which is fine, because it's not that's not their fault. But it means you get an ever-increasing population and an ever-decreasing amount of tax to service that population, and therefore this country's in chaos. But you can't get in chaos when 60 million people are paying for 70 million people, same as everything else. And the same model applies everywhere in Europe.
Understood. David, thank you very much for your contribution. Appreciate it. Ali and Hamza, after.
Good afternoon, Ali, and thank you for accepting my call, and it's a pleasure to call again. I totally agree with what you're saying about is mass migration to Britain, and I'm coming from the perspective as I informed you before in previous calls, my family came as refugees in their 18th whilst I was a baby, and I noticed a massive demographic change in London, where people are stunned. They will not believe it, that I was the only black child in my primary school in London. And now when I go to the old neighbourhood that we once grew up in, where it was 95% indigenous and the African population, it's now it's the opposite, it's the reverse. So, and also there I noticed throughout parts of London there's no social cohesion amongst minority populations. There's inter-ethnic hatred amongst minorities. Severely amongst black and black. So there was once Caribbean against Africans, now there's inter-African and hatred. We recently
Well, there's strife between different supporters of different political parties in Bangladesh and Tower Hamlets, for heaven's sake.
Absolutely.
In Bangladesh, on the streets of Tower Hamlets.
And we witnessed that recently with Eritreans. Now, Eritreans are the significant, I think they're so far now statistically, the both ethnic backgrounds are Eritreans. Now, they are, their internal issues within Eritrea is being played out in Britain. It's ridiculous.
So when you hear John, who called and sincerely felt, my first caller sincerely feels that, this is about race and nothing more. This is about good old-fashioned, bog-standard racism, right? So, there's like to blame it. What do you say to that? Because
this is not about race, Ali. This is about failure of integration, and let's be honest, it's about certain cultures that do not blend, and it's like oil and water. There's no blend, and also it's all about historical linkage, colonial linkage as well. Again, the British Empire, whether people say that the British Empire done a lot of bad, but they'd rather done a lot of good things. They prevented my brother. I have to be blunt and honest. My people were the largest slave traders. British. I need to be blunt and honest.
Which country did you?
I can't really, because I know I would get that.
I'm
a talking guy.
I understand. I get it all the time myself. Let me ask you. Do you think it is not a question of whether immigration is good or bad, because I think immigration can be a very positive thing, but it's a question of numbers.
Absolutely.
Why is it so difficult for you to grasp then? I mean, how is that these conversations in 2008? 150,000 back then was too much.
People wanted, in talking about immigration, I can remember listening to a decade or so ago, it was taboo. And if I would bring, I was called whenever a home individual or Uncle Tom. Let's look at if you look at the statistics in the millennium prior to 97, it was under 50,000 migration. Asylum seekers was less than 2,000. If you look at now, it's over 400,000. Asylum seekers is 150,000. There's a visa violation that we know, care worker violation. There were more dependents than care workers coming into Britain. This is a complete violation. Everyone knows this. Is this uncontrolled, different segments of minorities that are failing to integrate? If we have another incident between India and Pakistan, it will be bloodbath in the streets. streets of Ilford and Southwark.
Well, we do need new bugs on, so we are importing a lot of problems as well, as you're saying, which is another thing we need to focus on, which is why the numbers actually matter. I mean, honestly, I tell you, I used to be angry about this. Now I'm just tired. I'm genuinely tired, right? 2008, I was writing about this. 150,000. A town the size of Peterborough coming to this country every year, and it was too much, and people were up in arms about it. And you fast forward to 2025, and you've got situated. Let me just give you the numbers: 431,000 to 2024, 2023 685,000, in 2022 it was 872,000. This is according to the Office for National Statistics. How on earth has this been allowed to happen, and continues to be allowed to happen? And then people wonder why people are getting agitated and upset around the side hotels. Honestly. Is immigration killing Britain? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Listen to Ellen Wright on ABC 1232. The news headlines we shouldn't count.
President Trump will hold talks with Sir Keir Starmer, Scottish First Minister John Sweeney, and the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen during his visit to Scotland. Donald Trump's taken to the golf course on his first full day of a 5-day trip. The MP coordinating calls for the Prime Minister to recognise a Palestinian state says a second letter will be sent to Number 10 on Monday. Sir Keir Starmer insists a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas must come first. Hospitals are aiming to reschedule cancelled appointments due to strikes within 2 weeks. It's day 2 of a 5-day walkout by thousands of resident doctors in a dispute about pay. Nearly 2/3 of parents are struggling to pay for school trips. A survey suggests that many are working extra hours or selling possessions to fund the visits. LBC weather: a cloudy day, some patchy rain and drizzle moving southeast. The showers should ease, leaving a mostly dry night with some patchy fog. A high today of 23 degrees.
This is LBC.
31 years ago, the World Wide Web was introduced, the National Lottery launched, and Darwood and Tanner began making people smile. And whilst things have changed a lot since then, Darwood and Tanner's mission to provide the very best dental care through the very latest technology is still at the heart of everything they do. For our most comprehensive, tailored and complete dental implant, root canal and gum disease treatments, visit darwoodandtanner.co.uk.
At Kia, we're excited to announce that the refined new Kia Sportage is available in showrooms now. Secure your test drive today to explore its advanced technology and stylish sporty design. Order before the 30th of September to get 5.9% APR representative and £1,000 PCP finance deposit contribution. Search the new Kia Sportage to book your test drive. T's and C's apply. Kia Finance. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Chase is the digital bank that could boost your savings.
Ooh, tell me more.
When you join Chase, you could earn 5% APR value. That includes a 2.25% APR fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yep, our savings boost will help you reach your goals, like that dream holiday or a weekend getaway. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase Boosted Saver. Offer may be withdrawn at any time. 18 plus UK residents available to new current account customers for the first 31 days. Eligibility applies. 4.89% gross. Terms apply.
Vodafone's new customer service is a little bit different. It's called Just Ask Once. Message them on the Vodafone app. You deal with one person and they keep you updated until it's sorted, so you can get on with your day. Walk his ears then. Just Ask Once. Customer service made easy from Vodafone, the nation's network.
Available via my Vodafone app. Messaging service only. Exclusions apply. Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. More details, vodafone.co.uk/network.
This is LBC with Ali Mirage. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
On LBC at 12:35, Donald Trump has said that a horrible invasion has taken place on illegal immigration coming into Europe and how to stop. You better get your act together or you're not going to have Europe anymore. Immigration is killing Europe, Donald Trump says. Your thoughts, is immigration killing Britain? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Zach, I'll come to your call in a second. Michael says this. Sorry, Ali, I think Trump has got it completely right. We must stop the mass immigration. It is the most important issue right now in this country. Labour have got it all wrong. And Maggie says this. Ali, the Tories and the Brexit parties purposely set out to use immigration as a weapon, stalling processing and using hotels in poor towns for accommodation. I'm interested in what they thought the end goal would be, as it was obvious it would end up where we are today. That's Maggie in Oxfordshire. Sorry to be all Rod Stewart about this, Maggie, but wake up, Maggie. I think I've got something to say to you. And the answer to the question that you're raising, Maggie, or the point you're making, is complete and utter patent failure by consistent government after consistent government of all political colours, including Labour, that are housing people now. I'm going to in the Britannia Hotel in Canary Wharf, where I used to go for Sunday roasts many years ago. And now they want to house asylum seekers there as well. It's not going well at all. Zach in Kensington, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon there. Thank you for having me.
What would you like to say, Zach?
Basically, I agree that immigration is a problem. Although myself, I immigrated here, I still feel like it's gone out of hand. Hotels and all of this sort of thing is just going to bring more people. But I feel like the issue that nobody wants to discuss is really what is our policy in Africa and Asia and so on. What is the EU and UN and what's actually happening in these countries? For example, Eritrea has sanctions, so Eritreans are going to struggle now and want to come to England. So what are we actually doing to solve these problems? Is the question.
I think it's a good question, and it's an important one in the mix and in the round, Zach. I think that we need to look at the impact, the long-term impact of some of the policies we engage in. But I think to solely focus on it would not be doing merit to all the other factors as well. Look, irrespective of British foreign policy, there will be people who want to come to this country for all sorts of reasons. Economic, because they're being displaced because of violent conflict and wars. It could be climate change. It could be a whole host of reasons. We have to have a system that works and is fair, and it patently isn't working, and it's at the behest of people smugglers at the moment. And I'm not saying the Rwanda plan would have worked, but we don't know because it was never tried. It was scrapped by this Labour government as soon as it got in as a gimmick. Now, it may not have worked, but at least we should have tried because it would have potentially acted as a deterrent. At the moment, what we're suffering with, Zach, as one individual told me the other day, is a paradox of kindness. We're being too kind to people, and we're ending up in a situation where the very people we've been trying to be kind to are being vilified for being in asylum hotels, and that's causing community tensions. It's not working.
I understand your point. I just feel like the saying is great minds discuss ideas. We need to talk about the future tense. All of this is because of, I believe it's karma, and the working class are paying for it, of the actions of our politicians and our economic policies abroad. If we starve and pillage Africa, then Africa is going to want to come here. Their country has better weather. Their country has all the resources. They don't need to come here. But BT and all these large corporations out there meddling, corrupting.
But you're not blaming all the situations in Africa on the Brits side. I mean, there's all sorts of...
Not just the Europeans and the Americans.
Look what's happening in the DRC. Look what's happening in Sudan. I mean, look what's happening all over. This has nothing to do with British foreign policy.
Okay, but what about Libya? What about all these other countries? For the past 50 years, 100 years, you're looking at current issues. But this is a problem of 100 years of pillaging these people. And
it's coming here from Pakistan. Yeah, but
the majority of Pakistanis are coming here on TV. And coming on boats. But the point is, how come you do not seem to, even you yourself, is not really bothered about the economic policies we have abroad? We are giving terrorist weapons.
I have sympathy with your point in terms of when we pursue British foreign policy, ill-conceived interventions abroad, like Iraq. I would agree with you that there's going to be a knock-on effect, but I can't accept that in every single case of people coming here. I genuinely cannot. Zach, thank you for your call. Donna in Kensington, good afternoon.
That's fine.
Good afternoon, Ali. I'm trying to control my rage.
Go on.
I normally agree with everything you say, but on this point, absolutely, totally not. Every person that comes on a boat has a right to. Donald Trump is the biggest illegal immigrant. I would like his mom to show, or he showed his mom's visa into America. That chief white feather gave her permission to go into America.
Work.
He wants to deport people from America that was born in America that as a victim of crime, because their parents were not Americans, he could deport them. Well, he should be deported because he's a convicted rapist.
Okay, but he's not a convicted rapist. Sorry, Donna. He's not. He's not been convicted of rape. Apologies, but he hasn't been. You might. I mean, you can't come along and say that because he has not been. So we need to clear that up right at the start. You might not like him. You might think he's misogynist. Yeah, exactly. So we need to be careful. So Donna, let me fast forward this for you. So if everyone coming in your view has a right to come in, and I disagree with that, because I don't think there are lots of people who can't pay a people smuggler $8,000, right, to come into this country. The ones who can afford to do, or indeed if they can't afford to, they probably end up in the black economy as victims of modern day slavery, working in the underground economy in this country, Donna, which you're basically supporting by what you're saying. If that's the way, if that's what you think, fine. But do you think that that is going to help or harm community cohesion in this country, which is only going one way, and that's south?
Well, community cohesion in my country went south because the British came in uninvited, raped our women, took our land, took the best places that they can. All I'm going to say is the chickens have come home to roost. Great in Great Britain was taken from the front of my 4 girls to build up with. So everybody that coming here from Africa or India or Sudan or wherever, they're coming to take what's rightfully theirs.
Okay, well, I mean, if we're going to go back to empire on every aspect
yes,
of this,
everything stems from there, Ali. Everything, because people were living well. People were living well in their own land.
I mean,
and the British went there.
Donna, I think it's a bit of a jump, right, to blame everything on empire decades after empire's ended. Maybe not.
Well, the whole of Europe decided just to take the world and take whatever they wanted. The chickens have come home to roost. These people are doing what the Europeans did to them a couple of hundred years ago.
Fine.
Don't complain.
All right, understood. Donna, thank you. Just to my previous caller, Zach, I've looked up the numbers actually. Pakistan, 10,542 claimed asylum 2024. I didn't realize that we were doing anything in Pakistan at the moment. To be honest, Afghanistan, 8,508. Iran, 8,099 were the most common. So there are quite a few Pakistanis coming across claiming asylum from Pakistan. I would posit that probably most of them are economic migrants. I might be wrong, but that would be my hypothesis. Tyler in Leeds, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Maraj. Just one thing, I don't think everybody in Britain benefited from the British Empire. There's a reason why Milton called them dark satanic mills.
Of course,
you know, people
not everyone benefited. Of course not. I'm not saying that. Go on.
But yeah, no, I think about, I agree with David, it comes down to the economy simply enough. And one thing that I think gets missed in this debate about immigration is the mass internal migration of rich southerners from places like the southeast or London who have benefited from regional inequality for decades, centuries even, and now moving into Yorkshire, coming up here, they don't talk like us, they don't dress like us. If I'd walk down the street and say, hello, hey up, they'll just blank me. And they're buying up houses up here in the Yorkshire Dales, in cities like Leeds, that got like financial tech, in places like Ilkley, there's a lot of bankers up there now.
Yep.
And I think that this problem of rich southerners coming up to Yorkshire and buying up houses creates tension in local communities who don't think about economics or policy or the broader thing of it in the round. And then they blame the lack of houses that they have on people staying in hotels.
Okay, but this is interesting, Tyler. So if you're saying that there are already tensions being created by southerners moving north to Yorkshire, then and they're people who are from this country already, and that's causing tension by intra-regional movement. Do you not think that importing people from outside the country is going to just add to that sense of tension?
Well, we live in a capitalist society and it comes down to good management. Like, I think putting people in hotels, paying them and not letting them work is bad management and leads to this. My personal opinion, I think should set up, not the communist style, but capitalist communal farms, where we work with the NFU, with local farmers, with the Minister of Agriculture, where we can actually give people coming over on small boats, we can make them work on farms, set up prefabs and 3D printed houses, which we can do in the planning bill that's coming through. We can deregulate that aspect, and it'll create an economy and create economic agents rather than slaves.
But Tyler, you know who would say that that's the most ridiculous idea, with respect? That would be
Metropolitan Elite.
Well, maybe I would say Emmanuel Macron, and he may be exactly part of that liberal metropolitan elite. But he would say that this is exactly the problem, because that would create a magnet, and there's already a magnet enough in this country. He thinks we don't clamp down enough, and we don't even allow people to work for the first 12 months in this country. So that would just be an even bigger magnet, Tyler, for people to come across illegally into this country.
I agree. I think it'd create disincentivise what you mentioned earlier about the black market, people coming over. It'd make people more able to acclimatise and culturalise into British society. It'd give people jobs, then it'd help farmers. Do you know, since Brexit, we've lost hundreds of thousands of Eastern European farm workers. I tell you, because I speak to farmers, and I don't live in a city like London, it's rural around here. There's tens of thousands of tons of potatoes, fruit, veg, cabbage, all that goes rotten every year. So by having farms that these people can be processed on, can earn a living, not bored, not like, the devil makes works for idle hands.
Well, Tyler, thank you very much indeed. I don't agree with you, but I think it's an interesting idea, but it's one I fundamentally disagree with, because I think it would act as a magnet. Look, I'm sorry to say this, but I'm pretty much out of ideas. I never thought I would say it, but maybe it's time to revive Rwanda, because there's nothing else that we can do. I mean, if you send 2 boatloads of people who come across and land in Kent straight to Rwanda, I'm not sure the 3rd boatload would arrive, would it? This paradox of kindness is killing us. Is immigration killing Britain? Donald Trump thinks so. What do you think? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Alan Roger, LBC, 1247.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. It was the moment the music stopped at a Taylor Swift dance class and 3 little girls were to lose their lives.
A man has been arrested following reports of a stabbing attack in Southport.
Now, chillingly, with tensions running high, could we be looking at a return of last summer's lawlessness? And as for the politicians, is it again just words and warnings?
Southport must be a line in the sand.
Join me, Nick Ferrari, next week as we mark the Southport killings 1 year on. Nick Ferrari at breakfast, back Monday morning from 7. Listen on your radio, on Global Player, and the new LBC app.
This is what award-winning customer service sounds like from real Octopus Energy calls.
I've dealt with many utility companies for many years across several properties, and Octopus are an absolute breath of fresh air.
Octopus Energy, great value and outstanding customer service, recommended by which 8 years running.
All right, listen up, you beautiful people. It's Danny Dyer here.
I'm Danny Dyer.
Our podcast, Live and Let Dyers, is absolutely rammed with top features.
We've got the Tumble Dyer, Conspiracy Corner.
You might catch us reading the latest thrilling installment of my own fan fiction. Listen on Global Player or wherever you get your podcasts.
For simple, fuss-free pet insurance policies for cats and dogs, visit petsinnapickle.co.uk. For actual pickles, try the supermarket.
Car owners, you could be owed thousands in compensation. If you bought a car on finance from 2007 onwards, it may have been sold with hidden commissions. Text CLAIM to 86688. My Claim Group. Authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. You don't need to use the CMC. You can claim direct to your lender and the Financial Ombudsman for free. Text CLAIM to 86688. Claims made simple. Summer's here, and so is our big summer price drop. Book a Jet2 holiday for this July and August and save up to £50 per person. That's up to £100 per couple. From the amazing Algarve to gorgeous Greece, with a choice of fantastic 4- and 5-star hotels still available. Don't miss out. Book now with Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Financial protected, subject to availability and conditions.
Octopus Energy, great value and outstanding customer service, recommended by which 8 years running. Octopus Energy.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Ali Mirage on LBC 1250. Is immigration killing Britain? 0345 6060 973. Donald Trump thinks it's killing Europe, including the UK. What do you think? Chris says this: immigration isn't killing the country. Immigration helps our diverse nation thrive. To be British is to be a product of immigration over hundreds of years. Our national dish is chicken tikka, for heaven's sake. The issue we have is innocent people having the only option of coming over by dangerous small boats. Then when they arrive, they are met with hostility rather than the help they need from the pockets of the British public. rhetoric like Trump's only adds fuel to a fire of bigotry that has no place in modern Britain. Chris, a lot of people would completely disagree, and you can see the sentiments of people who do disagree on the streets around in Essex, but also probably around in London as well. Jason and Hope, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you doing? Very well, sir.
What would you like to say?
I would like to say that I think Trump's policy on immigration was absolutely amazing between Mexico and South America and the States. I'm half Mexican and half English. And the amount of people he saved with trafficking of people, the drugs, everything like that, I commend the war. It saved so many lives. And at the end of the day, if you can't protect your women and your children, what sort of society are we bringing in?
Jason, what would you say to my first caller, John, who said, well, you know, we only focus on the people who come from overseas who actually assault young women. We don't focus on other people who are born and bred here who might do the same thing. This is all driven by racism.
I don't think it's driven by racism. I think it's driven by almost being scared. I mean, if you want to come into the country, as Donald Trump said, everyone is more than welcome. He likes the country to be cosmopolitan, but come in legally. There are ways to try to get into the country, and I think that they should be followed. You can't have boats and boats of people just come into the country.
But Jason, what would you say to people who would say, well, there aren't enough safe and legal routes, and therefore people pay people smugglers £8 grand a pop to go and put their lives at risk in the channel and come over that way because there aren't simply enough safe and legal routes? There are a few, but not enough.
Well, don't you think that might be a better idea, a better step forward, rather than sort of, I mean, you know, let's be honest, we've got a Navy. What's the Navy for? Can't they stop protecting our
well, they can't, because ultimately if they were to fire on a ship and 50 people died, I think
why would it be insane? Patrolling the water. You can't fire on ships.
Yeah, we're patrolling the waters. What are you going to do? Escort them back to France? What happened?
Yeah, basically, we put our future into the hands of the French Coast Guard.
You see, the problem is I'm not advocating people being shot at boats, of course not. But what I am saying no, of course, but what I am saying is if you have a deterrent, and I wasn't a massive fan of Orlando because I did think it was a gimmicky, but maybe that's what we need to try, because this isn't working. This is not working at all. And Donald Trump's approach of being really, really hard, no one's coming in at all. He's played hardball on this, and not a single person is coming across the Mexican border. People might not like him, but he's been very, very effective. Jason, thank you. Simon in Basingstoke, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ali. I think Trump is wrong because I think Britain's already dead, and so is most of Europe due to mass migration. I travelled to France, to Paris in 2018. It was like a completely different city to the one I remembered from 2010. I remember travelling to Sweden in the 80s. It was incredibly dangerous. I have never felt more under personal threat. I was travelling up to a business client's offices on a Sunday from one of the main stations in Paris, and I saw a 60-year-old woman being mugged. I was constantly being approached by foreign migrants. Fortunately, I'm a rather large chap, so I didn't have to face any trouble. But this is happening all over Europe with very few exceptions. And the exceptions are countries like Hungary, which have refused to take in any migrants apart from Ukrainians. I think that what's going to happen is we're going to see another 1848 moment in Europe, because ultimately the responsibility for this is not the migrants, it's the politicians and bureaucrats who have allowed them in and said this isn't an issue.
Well, I think that is fundamentally what the whole debate is really centered around, because I do think people have been let down for far too long. It's my personal view. Other people would say, Simon, that we cause a lot of these problems ourselves, and therefore we have to be prepared to take people in at the back end who are suffering from unrest, and it's partly our fault.
I would disagree with that. One of the things that I find so insulting as an English person is I've listened to LBC quite a lot, lots of call-in shows. The number of people who come from third world countries where their life expectancy is probably 40 or 50 years, where their standard of living is a fraction of ours, the monumental ingratitude that they display
really, really upsets me. And to be honest, I have experienced this. I went to a Roman Catholic school which had a large number of Irish people in it, who would constantly complain how awful Britain was and how terrible the British were. And my attitude was, okay, then go back to Ireland, where you can live like a 15th century peasant. Because this ingratitude, I will promise you, Ali, there are hundreds of thousands of people listening to your program now who have been incensed by the nonsense that many of these migrants have said to you today.
Simon, let me ask you this. Suella Braverman's got a piece up in the Telegraph. These are not extremists. Ordinary British people are being criminalised. She says, people are not fools. They know what they see. Their communities have changed beyond recognition. They watch their taxes rise. Their schools and hospitals crumble under unmanageable pressure, told to tighten their belts while millions are spent. She says this is not just a policy failure, it's a moral abdication. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, and people don't understand why British people are so polite. We're naturally a warrior race. We have to be polite to each other, otherwise we kill each other.
Well,
and we are reaching the point where our politeness has been tested to the limits. I am terrified of what might happen in this country.
I'm extremely concerned myself. I'm genuinely extremely concerned myself, because I've been going on about this for nigh on 20 years, Simon, and I'm very, very worried that this is heading into a very, very dark place where people are going to just think, well, the time for talking is over, and that is just appalling to even fathom, which is why we need to openly discuss it in a calm way and try and row this back fast. Simon, thank you. Andrea, good afternoon in Leighton.
Yes, always a pleasure to talk to you. Now, first of all, I'm not so polite. So what that guy was talking is what I call European supremacist, racist garbage. Now, in order to answer the question as to what border and immigration policy should be, we need to have a proper balance view of what Right Britannia has been and what its advantages are, its comparative advantages, and what our future is. Now, I'm all in favour of basically recreating the four freedoms of the EU empire: freedom of trade, goods, services, and capital. And people, exactly correct. But doing that with our sort of semi-friends in the Indian subcontinent. So if we set up a four great freedoms union between Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan, and Britannia, which after all, I mean, even at full scale economies managed to do the free trade agreement, Mr. Modi. So there we would be amongst people who basically share a lot of our conventions about law and English or reasonably straight civil services. And so we need to, because the Atlantis project that was set up after 45 is falling apart right now. We need to find friends, otherwise we are really going to be...
What about Afghanistan, Andrea? What about Afghanistan?
Well, that's 0.6.7, but you need to start somewhere. So we can literally be good friends with the Indian subcontinent once more. Okay. And as you know, Ali, it was part of the American project to dismantle not only the Indian subcontinent but our union with India, in order that we should basically bankrupt the empire and sell it off to the Americans at a cheap rate. We need to reverse that error, and we can do it.
Thank you very much.
Agree,
well, would I agree? Well, I think it needs to be unpicked properly another time, Andrea, which we can't do right now. But as always, you do throw down the gauntlet on some very interesting ideas, which we need to examine properly. But I think it's very, very complicated. My fear is it's just heading to a really, really difficult and dark place. And I do not want to see unrest on the streets of this country. But I just feel if you don't grip it, we're heading to a very, very difficult place. Now, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, has said that the UK should consider charging higher income Britons to use public services like the NHS to help offset long-term pressure from an aging population and high public debt. Should top earners be made to pay more for public services at the point of use?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, hundreds of protesters have gathered in Edinburgh and Aberdeen to voice their opposition to Donald Trump's visit to Scotland. The US president's been on the golf course on his first full day of a 5-day trip. On landing last night, he said immigration was killing Europe. Donald Trump will hold talks with Sir Keir Starmer, John Swinney, and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. US journalist Tom Rivers told LBC that political leaders can learn from the president.
I'm going to say, look at my statistics in America, or by his figures, 21 million illegal migrants have showed up, but the count for the last 2 months into America is 0. So Trump knows how to do it. Maybe he'll hand out some advice to Starmer on that front. They can also tweak a little bit the trade deal between the U.S. and the U.K.
The Prime Minister says British troops will support the airdropping of aid on Gaza. Downing Street's confirmed that Sir Keir Starmer told French and German leaders the UK will be taking forward the plans and will help the evacuation of children requiring medical assistance. It says the United Nations suggests 1 in 5 children in Gaza City are malnourished. Razat Halim is the co-founder of Project Pure Hope, who support children to escape Gaza.
Time is absolutely of the essence. 28 children die every day. These are avoidable deaths. We're often watching our screens, reading the news, and feeling despair at the loss of life and the scale of the loss of life. But these are lives that can be saved.
10 protesters have been arrested after a demonstration on the Forth Road Bridge outside Edinburgh. The activists suspended themselves from the bridge as they tried to stop a tanker carrying fracked gas. Bread producers Hovis and Kingsmill are closing in on a merger. It's thought Kingsmill's parent company could agree a deal worth around £70 million within the next week. And in rugby, the British and Irish Lions have scraped past Australia in a nail-biting finish in Melbourne to win the series. The biggest ever crowd at a Lions test match saw them come back from 23-5 down to win 29-26 with a try in the final minute. It's the first time they've won the first 2 tests of the series since 1997. LBC weather, a cloudy day, some patchy rain and drizzle moving southeast across England and Wales. The showers should ease, leaving a mostly dry night with some patchy mist. A high today of 23. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Sinead Powell.
This is LBC. From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ali Mirage.
Ali Mirage on LBC, 3 minutes past 1. In this second hour, we want to talk about something that the International Monetary Fund suggested a couple of days ago, really. There's a piece in the FT which is entitled as follows: charge higher income patients for NHS to offset UK's spending squeeze, says IMF, the International Monetary Fund. The UK should consider charging higher income Britons to use the NHS to help offset long-term pressure from an aging population, high public debt, according to the IMF. Now, the fund said yesterday that while Labour's reforms to the economy and public services went, and I quote, in the right direction, Chancellor Rachel Reeves still faced tough fiscal choices, their words not mine, that would require further spending prioritization. Now, beyond the significant challenges, as the IMF put it in its annual report on the British economy, it advised the government to address longer-term problems. And I quote, wait for it, this is the mic drop moment: access to public services could also depend more on an individual's capacity to pay, with charges levied on higher income users, such as co-payments for health services, the fund said. It added that the pensions triple lock should also be abolished in favour of policy indexing the state pension to the cost of living. And NHS medical services, as you know, are largely free at the point of use for patients at present, with the devolved healthcare system funded by taxpayers. And the triple lock was introduced in 2010, which guarantees that pensions rise by whichever measure is the highest of average earnings growth, inflation, or 2.5%. Now, I just want to reflect on this IMF intervention, because it's highly unusual. It's really, really unusual and very different. Now, they are effectively saying that access to public services could depend more on an individual's capacity to pay, with charges levied on higher income users. That is the central point. So what they're saying is general taxation ain't cutting it. You need to pay, or you need to consider getting richer people or wealthier people, or doesn't define who exactly, but higher income earners, to actually pay for services at the point of use. That is the suggestion from the International Monetary Fund. I mean, these people are a pretty bright bunch of people that look at all these things in great depth and look at and do analyses of countries across the world. Now, I want to ask you this question. Should top earners be made to pay for public services at the point of use? Should top earners be made to pay for public services at the point of use? 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850 or ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Now, we know that the fiscal situation is absolutely dire for Rachel Reeves. She's got 2.7 billion of public debt. She's got growth at 0.1%. She's got inflation still stubbornly high. We've got the Bank of England still having to tread very, very carefully on interest rates. And we know that the cost of servicing our debt is over £100 billion a year, which is larger than many departmental spending budgets. We know this. And we know that on the back of COVID and Brexit and other things, we have a really dire fiscal position in this country. And we also know that the government has sort of boxed itself in by saying that it would not increase employees' national insurance, VAT, or income tax. Now, Heidi Alexander, the Transport Secretary, just a couple of weeks ago, said the government had promised not to increase taxes for people on modest incomes, and said that Labour would base its policy on the principle of fairness. She talked about the fact that Labour was committed to keeping taxes for working people as low as possible. And Heidi Alexander, the Transport Secretary, said this: we made a commitment in our manifesto not to be putting up taxes on people on modest incomes, working people. We have stuck to that. We are determined when it comes to taxation that fairness is going to be our guiding principle. Now, you see, I find this really interesting, what the IMF has said, because you can do typically two things as a government if you have to deal with fiscal pressures. You can either tax more or you can borrow more. Now, borrowing, I've said, is 2.7 trillion. It's high. It's 100% debt to GDP ratio, not the highest of the advanced economies, but not exactly benign either. When you look at Germany, I think it's 60% debt to GDP, which is why it can spend a shitload more on defence without people frightening the horses, frankly, than we can. Our situation is not healthy at the moment. So you can either borrow more, which I'm saying is not a good idea given where we are, or you can tax more, and people are already squealing at the moment on tax, and you can understand why things are really difficult out there. There are two other ways. There are two other things you could do. Those are the two main ones. The third is grow the economy. Now, we know how difficult that is, both in absolute terms, but also productivity growth has been woeful for the last 15 years. So it's really, really, really tough. When we talk about the supply side measures like house building, reducing regulation, Rachel Reeves was at the Mansion House the other day trying to say that, regulations are boot on the neck of business, all of these things. Great, wonderful. So you can try and tinker around the edges there, but there's no golden pot coming out the end of the rainbow on that because it just takes years. But there is a new thing that you could do, which has not really been talked about at all, as far as I can recall. Correct me if I'm wrong. But no one's really talked about charging people who potentially can afford it for the use of public services at the point of use. Now, they pay more in tax. I mean, the tax thresholds, personal allowance up to 12,570, basic rate from there up to 50,270 at 20%, higher rate from just over 50,000 to just over 125 grand at 40%, and then over 125,000, you're going to be taxed at 45%. So the wealthier, the people who are on higher incomes are already paying. They're already paying more through general taxation. The question is, should they be also made to pay at the point of use. If they go and use an NHS tube, if they go and have a hip replacement, if they send their kid to a school that is in a leafy part of Kent or Surrey, I don't know. I think it personally feels a little bit unjust, actually, because I would have thought general taxation is the way. But if the IMF, for heaven's sake, is coming out with this as a policy idea, I think it merits a proper discussion, because we know the fiscal situation is dire. It's absolutely dire. It's shambolic at the moment. And it's not just down to rituals, previous governments as well. It's appalling, the fiscal position at the moment, and we know that taxes are going to go up. But there's an alternative to that, which is this. Just charge people who can afford it more. Well, at the moment they don't pay. Charge them at the point of use for the service they get. It's quite radical. It's quite a radical idea. What do you think of it? Should top earners, or maybe it's not top earners, should people who earn more? Now you decide where that line is. You decide. Is it for people who earn above 125 grand a year? Is it for people who earn above 100 grand a year? Is it people of a higher rate bracket? I don't know. You tell me who you think should pay this, if you think it's a good idea, because I think we need good ideas and we need radical ideas, because the situation is absolutely woeful at the moment. Should top earners be made to pay for public services? 0345 6060 973. And just to mix this in for a second, I'll throw in the mix. Sorry, I was getting carried away with my DJ. Just to throw this into the mix. Just bear in mind that there's reportedly been a wealth exodus from this country, which is continuing at the moment. Not just amongst billionaires, but millionaires, multi-millionaires, but also amongst middle class earners. Now, I'll give you a bit of anecdotal evidence here. I've spoken to a number of people who are high earners. They're in the 125,000 plus a year bracket.
But then I often think about
And
here, and I look
many
around
of
and I
them
think, I wonder
are thinking of relocating, or indeed have
Yeah.
relocated. And where are they?
No, the old
They're
flat,
going
it's
to
the old
Italy,
flat.
they're going to Portugal, and many of them are going to the UAE. That's where they're going, because they've had enough, and they've had enough for two reasons. One, they feel that their taxes are built, and number two, they don't like the way the culture and conversation in this country is changing around penalising people who work hard, scrimp and save, send their kids to private school, get whacked on with 20% VAT for the pleasure of doing it, and now are going to be in sights for maybe a wealth tax, maybe higher income tax threshold, certainly freeze, which we're all going to be suffering, and other taxes coming down. They've had enough. They're voting with their feet. This is international mobile capital, and they don't all have Sunseeker yachts in Monaco. They really, really don't. I saw only one this week. A friend of mine who's works in the city, doing well. Husband is working in the sort of design area. Really lovely couple, working very hard, sending their kids to private school. They're the kinds of people that can afford. They don't have to study, and they already are. So tell me how you feel about this. If you are a middle-income earner or a high-income earner, how do you feel about paying a point of use for services? Do you think it's fair, given where we are fiscally? Do you think it's completely unjust and immoral to make you do it? If you're someone on a lower income, do you think that this is the panacea that we've been waiting for? This is the way to actually tackle the conundrum that we face? Or if you're someone who thinks that this is again just going to lead to a culture of picking on people who are actually doing quite well for themselves, who have worked hard and done well, and yes, maybe they've had some privileges in life, maybe they haven't, I don't know. Do you think that this is actually moving in the wrong direction, and everyone's going to be decamping to Dubai or Abu Dhabi or to Portugal or to Milan? Should top earners be made to pay for public services at the point of use? 0345 6060 973, text 84850, Ali Marjan, LBC 150.
This is LBC.
Investment scams, crypto scams, impersonation scams, romance scams. In the UK alone, somebody is scammed every 10 seconds. At CEL Solicitors, we've recovered over £100 million for our clients. So if you've lost money to a scam, we may be able to help get it back. Rated excellent on Trustpilot, you know you're in safe hands. Start your claim today. CEO. We listen, we care, we win.
So,
where are we going? You wanted to try something new? Well, We're here.
A Hyundai electrifying summer event.
I booked a test drive the all-new Insta Online. It's the 2025 World Electric Vehicle winner, and we save £500 if we order before the 31st of August.
Very stylish.
Oh, and it's Hyundai, by the way.
The Hyundai electrifying summer event. Are you in? 18 plus UK retail customers only. Excludes Motability. Registered by 30th of September. T's and C's apply.
Lotto's £11 million jackpot must be won this Saturday, or thousands of you will win a share of the prize. Lotto, play on app. Estimated jackpot prize is rounded down to the nearest £1. Rules apply. 18 plus.
People of Britain have bought loads of noise-cancelling headphones. With a Barclaycard Rewards credit card, you could get cash back on eligible purchases and no fees on spending overseas. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Subject to financial status, T's and C's apply. Check if you're eligible at barclaycard.co.uk. Representative example, 28.9% APR representative variable and 28.9% purchase rate per annum based on a £1,200 credit limit.
Euromol Dual Action contains the power of ibuprofen
And the strength of paracetamol
combined together to provide
faster, longer-lasting, more effective relief than regular painkillers alone.
hit pain hard.
With Neural Dual Action Pain Relief.
Contains ibuprofen and paracetamol for pain not relieved by regular painkillers. Ibuprofen or paracetamol individually.
Always read the label.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973. Ali Mirage on LBC 117. Should high earners be made to pay for public services at the point of use? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Peter in Bexley, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Pleasure. What would you like to say, Peter?
Well, I think you've already covered my thoughts. I mean, I don't think it would be fair because they already pay more into the system, and often they're paying more in because they've their own enterprise and their own kind of work. All right, and also I feel that it would be impractical because how are you going to run this? Are you going to say to hospitals, right now when these people come into A&E, scared, worried, perhaps someone's broken their arm or they're bleeding heavily, ask them to give details of their income and then having to process it through hospital administration. So not only is it unfair, I think it's impractical. I mean, you've already covered the situation where this country, frankly, is not generating enough wealth and income, I mean national income, to pay for all the things we want to pay for. That's defence, that's education, that's hospitals and whatever. But I think, to be honest with you, I think it's a soppy idea. I really do.
But why do you think the IMF, who are based in Washington, I mean, these are leading economists, I mean, the brightest minds in the world on economics, are coming out with this stuff?
Well, I don't think that's a bright idea. I think it's very unfair. And also...
why is it unfair, Peter? But why is it unfair? Because, look, I understand that you're saying that people do pay more through general taxation because there are higher threshold bands and your rate of tax goes up the more you earn, fine. But we are in a hole. So is it not fair to say that if you're a wealthier person and you've got a higher income, that if you need to use a service, you are going to pay more? And it's a bit like reverse means testing. I mean, it doesn't mean you have to use the service. I mean, you could go and use another service. You might choose to go and elect to go private and not use the service. But if you choose to use a service, choose to use an NHS GP, choose to go to A&E, choose to go and use the NHS for elective surgery, or any other kind of, choose to use public schools, I don't know, that you should be actually charged a levy depending on your ability to pay.
Well, I mean, if you go to A&E, you can't go private. There is no such thing as private.
That is true. That is true. Yes.
And also, to reverse this, they should, people. By the way, I'm not a higher income or a middle income. I'm a retired person, but the people who elect for private medical services, they could turn it around and say, look, we're paid in private insurance or we're paying straight cash to have elective surgery, and we are saving the NHS money. So can we have a refund, please?
Well, that's true, and I've always made that argument about people who are using private schools. They can be cute and say, well, actually, we're relieving pressure on the 33 in a class size problem that there is. But certainly, that's not exactly met with a lot of cheers around the place. Peter, we've got a serious problem here. What do you think the answer is then, if it's not this?
Well, the thing is, we've got to be realistic. We've got to say, I think all parties should get together and try to come up with continuing common policies to try to expand our national income, policies that would be carried forward from party to party. There's constant chopping and changing, and there's constant, the political arguments mixed in with economic arguments has caused a lot of problems with the economy. We've got to be realistic and say, look, we used to be this #1 country or very close to it. We've now slipped back. We lost a lot of our manufacturing industry, and we need to sort of have a proper national debate, an honest national debate, and that includes the conservative press who always distort everything towards the conservatives.
But you can have a debate. You can have a debate, Peter. But ultimately, we are in a hole right now, and some really, really tough choices have to be made. Because I tell you, the autumn is coming down the track really fast, and at the moment, Rachel Reeves is hurtling along in a train at full speed into a brick wall right now. I mean, we know that the taxes are going to have to go up. We know this because there's no short-term solution. I mean, growth is at 0.1%, Peter.
Yeah, so that is medium and long term. And you're quite right. We have to deal with a situation that we've got it. Well, I'm afraid it's almost like family finances. We're just going to have to be realistic and accept that there's going to be painful choices.
Well, painful choices is another thing. I mean, I should have mentioned that too, actually, in my analysis, that you can borrow more, you can tax more, you can also cut as well as growth, as well as charging at the point of view. So there's 5 things you can do. Peter, you've already added to the contribution to the debate. Thank you very much indeed for that. Appreciate it. Tiago in Bristol, good afternoon. Pleasure.
I never thought I'd be coming obviously to defend the rich, but here I am. I think it's preposterous to charge people at the point of care on the NHS. I think that it's such a key principle, and I understand many things that it can't be sustainable forever. At the same time, it is what makes the NHS great. I think the moment that we change that, we start eroding with one of the very few treasures that we have on transport.
Okay, so tell me, this is interesting, Tiago. So why, given the situation we're now in, do you think that it's not time now to slay some sacred cows, including the NHS being free at the point of use for everyone in this country, or not?
Well, listen, you sound like the experts from the IMF, and I'm not the one to be anti-expert.
No, you've got a view. You've got a view.
Because you know what, that will only trigger the fast boosting of the private health market. There's already, of course, private hospitals, and then if I have to go and queue up with everyone else, with the hoi polloi, with the great unwashed, and still pay for it, why would I not just march straight into a private hospital? And that would drain skills and labor from NHS hospitals because we don't have enough workers, and that would just kind of create a real two-tier system.
Let me ask you about, this is very interesting. I find this fascinating. Now tell me this. You said that the fundamental principle would be sort of undermined. Do you think that there's a social solidarity element here that is precious, that we all sort of muck in, we all pay our taxes, and we all have the same, so unless we want to go private, but we have the same, do you think there's a social solidarity element to this?
I think there is, because then where do we stop? So can I choose not to pay for funding in schools because I have no children?
That's a good point, yes, very good.
And how are we going to do this? How are we going to enforce it, as the previous caller mentioned? And exactly, we will have an exit, and we create a private health industry that is much stronger, which will train skills. And Gary Stevenson keep banging on about it.
let's tax wealth. And I hear your point about wealth exodus, but I also don't think that it's what's going to make this country collapse. I think if people are higher in the percentage elsewhere, this is actually create a gap for people who are here to climb
So
up.
you're not so worried about that, Charlie?
No, if people don't want to contribute more, if they don't go to the effort, let them go.
So your argument, you're more in favour of a wealth tax rather than paying at the point of use.
Absolutely. Because you know, as we've already more and more may carry a heavier burden. But we're not talking about income alone. We're talking about wealth.
Well, the only thing, look, and thank you for making a suggestion, because we also need to think about suggestions in these things if we're going to get anywhere. The only issue I have with the wealth taxes, well, a few issues with it. One, I think it disincentivizes people to work their backsides off and make something of themselves. Number two, I also think that in many cases, wealth is illiquid. And that's a serious problem. I mean, to be sitting on a decent house, what are you going to do every year if you're going to be taxed at 2 or 3% on your wealth? It's not so easy.
I understand your concern, but then how about the likes of Amazon, Apple, and all the big corporations as well who get away with, bypassing tax?
That is a different issue, and I think that certainly does need to be addressed. But I think the wealth tax is beset with many problems in my view. Charlie, thank you. Susan, who is in Islington. Susan.
Hi.
Or go ahead.
Yeah, I sort of agree with the other caller that came through, but I just wanted to say about basic economics. The government needs a certain amount of taxes to run the whole country, basically. And the wealth give a great deal of tax. They might not pay enough, but they give it. And if they go away, if we send all the wealthy away, us tax will end up taking the shortfall. We'll have to make that tax up.
It's a good point, Susan. So do you, it's a very good point. So do you think, I mean, there's a point at which you cut your nose to spite your face here, right? Because
that's what happened in Greece, really.
Right.
That's how it crumbled. The wealthy didn't pay any tax at all.
Susan,
it was corrupt. It was the same outcome.
Yeah. Susan, do you think there's a piece in the New Statesman from Holly Wright from a couple of weeks ago, the British wealth exodus is a big fat myth? Do you think it is a big fat myth? Because I speak to wealthy people every day of the week and they can tell you they're voting with their feet, they're internationally mobile, they're leaving here.
Yeah, no, I think they are exactly what you said. They don't have to stay here. They'll go to other countries who are more lenient about other things, and they've got a good health service in other. Yeah, I think we should be attracting the wealthy, and then our taxes will go down.
That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. But then, Susan, to be fair on that point, Rachel Reeves scrapped the non-dom incentive, right, which provided a flat fee and all that, right? Yeah. So that was an incentive for rich people to come here. Now rich people are mobile, they're going elsewhere. So far from attracting them, Susan, we're repelling them, aren't we?
We are, in a way, exactly. But they're short-lived in a lot of those places, you said, like Saudi. A lot of them might go there, but once they suffered that pollution, that level of pollution in Saudi next to India, it's terrible. Once they suffer the ill health.
You won't be able to speak out. You won't be able to speak out the way we do on this show, I can tell you either. So one last one. Susan, let me ask you this directly. Do you think that this whole idea that was put forward by the International Monetary Fund that you should pay more, well, you should actually pay for services directly at the point of use if you've got a bit of because Susan, why?
Well, because people will find ways around it. It'll make a big problem in the whole country. People will be arguing with each other. It doesn't make sense. It's different somewhere like America where you actually don't have the national health. And a lot of, it can work. But I just know we've got enough arguments at the moment.
Well, that is true. Well, that I agree with you on. That I agree with you on. I mean, I think that it's very interesting so far because I feel that there's a social solidarity element coming out so far in this conversation, which is a new element, which I think is an important one to throw into the mix. Susan, thank you for this. Sully says this: I'd say only make A&E free at the point of access and home care paid for from NI and taxes and the rest funded with health insurance. This way you stop overseas people coming over, getting operated on and leaving without paying too. Well, that's another issue, by the way, a big one. Otherwise, the NHS will never come out of the slump it's been allowed to deteriorate into. I say that with sorrow, because the NHS gave me my first job, which grounded me in everything I did thereafter. That's Solly. Thank you very much indeed for that. Look, you know, when there are difficult issues to discuss, as you know, and when no one else has the answer, a bit like the A-Team, if you can find them, and if no one else can help, you call on the LBC listeners, which is all of you. So we deploy the LBC think tank when we have really, really difficult, thorny issues to unpick. And one that has been presented by the International Monetary Fund is the fact that higher earners should potentially pay for services at the point of use. The NHS, maybe education, I don't know, maybe the police force. I have no idea how it would work, but it's an interesting concept. Should high earners be made to pay for public services at the point of use? And by the way, if you are a high earner, you fell up to the back teeth of all this nonsense, and you're packing your bags as we speak. 0345 6060 973, text 84850. You're listening to Ali Maraj on LBC 131. The news headlines with Sinead Carroll.
Protesters are voicing their opposition to Donald Trump's visit to Scotland. Hundreds of campaigners have gathered in Edinburgh and Aberdeen. The US president's been on the golf course. He'll hold talks with political leaders during the 5-day trip. The UK will work with Jordan to airdrop aid into Gaza and support children needing medical aid to leave the region. Leaders in the UK, France and Germany have agreed to work on a plan for a long-term solution. The government says it's doing everything it can to ensure patient safety during resident doctor strikes. Some staff are walking out for 5 days in a row over pay. And Oasis returned to Wembley Stadium tonight after beginning the London leg of their reunion tour yesterday. The Gallagher brothers dedicated one of their songs to Ozzy Osbourne, who died this week. LBC weather, an unsettled day with cloud and mist. Later tonight, a top temperature of 23 degrees.
Weekdays from 7 a.m.
So we don't know how many, and we don't know the cost.
Straight to the point.
Tell you what they're laughing at, those two. They're laughing at the law, and we're letting them.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Inexcusable, shambolic failure.
Listen on Global Player or the new LBC app. Download it now from your app store. LBC.
The Naked Gun, in cinemas August 1st, is the only comedy that will have audiences coming again and again.
Pretty fun, I guess.
It's Liam Neeson like you've never seen him before.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite a joke.
In the smartest comedy of the summer.
Sometimes to get the job done, you have to break the law.
Is he serious?
I do it all the time.
The Naked Gun is in cinemas August 1st. Search 15. Book now.
Check out PayPal. 3% cash back on my day out to the beach. I got cash back on a train ticket to Brighton. Ow! Ow! And I used PayPal to buy the speaker. Get ready for some Brighton rock. Last month, I got cash back on the sweet portable barbecue. How do you want your burger? Medium, rare, wet?
Your trusted way to pay. Now with 3% cash back all summer. Sign up in the app. Check out PayPal. Promo ends 30th of September. Activate offer in the app and select a category each month. Max £15 per month. T's and C's apply.
The road stretches before you, but there's trouble ahead. Stationary cars. You're faced with a McDonald's side mission. Do you, A, join the ever-growing queue, or B, take the next exit and treat yourself to a glorious Mackey's?
Detouring to McDonald's.
Start your side mission today.
Many dentists refer their own patients onto Darwood and Tanner.
My name is Dr. Mark Kent. I'm a general dental practitioner practicing in a North London suburb. Darwood and Tanner have become my preferred referral practice. I feel that Dr. Andrew Darwood can provide the highest level of implant surgery that is available, together with giving my patients the option of alternative specialist treatments.
Download your information pack today. Search Darwood and Tanner. Your smile is our healthy obsession.
40 million people listen to commercial radio each week. That's 80 million ears, give or take. Amplify your advertising at radiocentre.org.
This is LBC with Ali Mirage. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Ali Mirage on LBC 135. Should high earners be made to pay for public services at a point of use? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. If you think this is a completely cracker's idea, then go and tell that to the International Monetary Fund, because they're the ones who suggested it. And given the dire fiscal position we're in, maybe it's something that we should actually have a proper debate on, which is why we're doing it. Your thoughts, please. Now, Tristan has said this after now enjoying the show. I find it interesting that they would suggest that higher earners pay at the point of use, considering most of those higher earners will have private medical care, meaning they don't use the NHS services, which is reducing the burden on the system, and they're paying more than anyone else into the system in the first place. Tristan and Leon say that. Interesting point. What do you think, Elle, in Lewisham? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I think, like, whilst this might sound like a fair point, it actually completely undermines the system that we, like, I think it's a British value. The NHS is a fantastic British value that we've set up. And to create a two-tier health system that also would encourage people to, like, get access to healthcare earlier, which would reduce the productivity of our population as well as a knock-on effect. If we want a productive population, we want them having access to healthcare as early as possible. And so getting people to pay, it would just put them off doing it. And we've also seen with COVID, for example, when they tried to bring in all that bureaucracy and those apps and all that they did, they wasted so much money with this new system that obviously didn't work and was just a complete mess. Bringing in another new system where people would have to have their incomes checked at A&E would just be another thing, another burden to put on the NHS, when actually we could just fix all of it by closing the loopholes that we have for our taxes already, where the super rich are not paying their fair share in the first place, as multi-millionaires and billionaires are not, and we close those loopholes and we bring in the wealth tax.
So, go on. I was just going to say, Elle, from what you're saying so far, there seem to be two issues you're raising. One is the principle, and another one is the practicality. Both, right? Okay. Yeah, go on, continue. Interesting.
No, and I just think that if we, there's also someone brought up, like, the idea of, like, people, like these rich people fleeing Britain. As you said earlier, like, it has been proven to be pretty negligible, because one, rich people don't tend to leave because of personal ties to the country. We've seen this in France and Norway and Switzerland, because like, they have family here, they're not that mobile, and anyway, all their money is in offshore stuff anyway. It's already in these loopholes. They don't need to leave.
But you see, I'm not talking about that billionaire class now. I'm talking about the 125,000, 140 pound above that class, who are doing well. I mean, they might be in managerial jobs, they might be in the city, they might be lawyers, they might be running their own plumbing firm, they might be doing generally okay in life. They're sending a couple of kids to private school, they're holding their nose, paying the VAT, and they're just about a breaking point now because they're not rich. They're doing okay, they've got a decent house, they might have to forego a few holidays, they're doing all right, but they're not really uber rich. And they'll be the ones who'll be hit by this, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and does income always reflect disposable income?
That's a very, very good point. Elle, you're not buying it, and I can see why. Really, really excellent contribution. Thank you very much indeed for your call. I'll come back to your calls on this in a few moments. But something else caught my eye, actually, which is this. Forgive me, but Michael Flatley could face Conor McGregor in Irish presidency battle. This is Michael Flatley, who is the Lord of the Dance, of course, could challenge the mixed martial arts champion, Conor McGregor, in the presidential elections in October. Joining me to discuss this is Rory Carroll, got the Guardian's Ireland correspondent. Rory, this would be quite a match-up, wouldn't it?
It would be when, written by a bad Hollywood scriptwriter. And I don't know if mercifully or not, but it's extremely unlikely to happen. Michael Flatley, the Riverdance star, confirmed yesterday that he does plan to seek a nomination to run in the presidential election here, which we're expecting in October. However, Conor McGregor, having spoken about his desire to run, appears to isn't actually doing much about it, and it looks like he thinks he won't be able to get a nomination. And so far, we're watching and waiting to see whether he will actually make any move towards it.
Now, what does someone who has got the Guinness World Records for tap dancing 35 times per second know about actually being president of Ireland?
Well, When he first hinted of a run in a radio interview a few weeks ago, he said that I won't try to do the Irish American accent, but he said that the Irish people lack a voice, and that he could be a deep voice for them and to truly reflect their views. And there's less of that really. So his politics are a bit of a mystery. We don't actually know, what his platform would be, except the fact that he said that he would be a voice for the people. So, I mean, read into that what you wish.
What does the president actually do? Is it mainly ceremonial?
It is. It's largely a ceremonial position, not really, there's no executive power.
So it's not like France, where Macron's got real power.
No. Right. That said, though, it does have symbolic power, and the president is the figurehead of the country, and it's a 7-year term, so they become kind of the face of Ireland. And currently, it's Michael D. Higgins, and they can really set the tone in some cases of debate here. They can highlight certain issues. So even though it's ceremonial, it does actually matter.
And what about Conor McGregor? Because he's obviously a boxing champion. It's expected that he might struggle to clear the threshold necessary to qualify. I think you need 20 members of the Irish Parliament and at least 4 local authorities to back your bid.
It's one or the other, yes. Either 20 members of Parliament or 4 local councils, local government councils. And it looks like he complained, Conor McGregor, a few months ago to some of his allies in the Trump MAGA constituency, that it looked like he was not going to be able to seek a nomination because he just wouldn't get the support. He couldn't, and it's difficult to see where he would he get 20 parliamentarians or 4 local councils. So he hasn't actually budged on it as far as they can see. So I think his nomination is not going to happen. And back to Michael Flatley, it's forced guaranteed he would get the support to run. I mean, he may seek a nomination, but he may not get it. Okay. And so what we may be left with is a rather more kind of mainstream politician versus
Jerry Adams, the former Sinn Féin leader, is he going to make a big...
You're throwing out all the most dramatic names here. There's been speculation for years that he's going to run for Sinn Féin. But again, that's more or less died away. And so Sinn Féin is yet to nominate a candidate. Right. But Jerry Adams, so it's possible that we get Adams as a nominee, but I think it's very unlikely.
And one final one before you go, Rory, just for good measure. What about Barry McGuigan, another boxer?
Oh God, what? No. I think he's a good talker. And I think
he's got presence.
If any Irish political parties are listening to this, they may think, God, that's a good idea. What do they get what Barry's up to?
They heard it here first, Rory. Rory, thank you so much. We'll watch that with great interest. Rory Carroll there, the Guardian's Ireland correspondent, bring us up to date on these shenanigans ahead of the presidential elections later this year. Back to my question, should high earners be made to pay for public services at the point of use? 0345 6060 973. James in Bristol, afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I've got a bit of a different take on kind of my opinion on it. So you mentioned earlier, the fallout of Brexit. So a lot of it, I mean, you can't really deny the elephant in the room. It shrunk the economy by 6%, and that's about 100 billion a year. And really, I really think it's something to do, if we rejoin the single market, I mean, that will just cause more growth. So we can pay for these public services.
It's not going to happen though, James. Come on. I mean, look, he's gone as far as he can at the moment with the EU, Starmer. He's not going to rejoin the single market. He knows it's completely politically toxic. So I just can't see that happening before the election. Can you?
No, you'd be surprised. Most people in the UK now want to rejoin the European Union if you look at the latest YouGov.
Yeah, but I just don't think he's going to do it. I think he's got reform nipping at his heels. He's completely concerned about that. They might get completely trashed in the Senate elections in Wales next year. I just don't think he's going to go there. I think this might be more palatable in some ways for them to go for higher earners in some capacity. What do you make of the IMF's suggestion?
Well, I'm surprised the IMF, isn't just telling us what a bad idea Brexit was.
No. Well, they're probably doing that too, and they have in the past sort of alluded to that. But I thought this was very unusual because normally you just hear about taxing, spending cuts, or borrowing. You don't really hear about this idea of making people who can afford it potentially pay at the point of use for public services. Do you think it could work in theory, or is it a non-starter?
I mean, doesn't Reform UK want to privatise the NHS more?
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what Reform UK's policy platform is going to be ahead of the election. We'll wait and see. But I don't think, as far as I'm aware, that this was one of their ideas, but we shall see. James, thank you very much indeed for your call. Patrick says this ridiculous idea Top earners will already have private insurance, so very little gain. This is just another attempt to open the door to further dismantling of the NHS. I don't think so. I don't think the IMF is sitting in Washington thinking, how can we dismantle the NHS? I really don't think so. I mean, they're focused on the fiscal position of the UK, and they're saying it's really woefully bad. Here's an idea for you. I mean, it might be a complete pie in the sky, but it's still an idea. Rachel says, this first-time caller, hi Ali, surely the high earners will just go private rather than go to public services. If they are having to pay anyway, they will pay for quicker and better service. Rachel, that's interesting. All I would say to that is, if you're going to A&E, you're going to struggle. Yeah, there are a couple of private A&Es around, but not very many of them. And I tell you, if you're having major surgery, you might elect to still go on the NHS, because if you're in a beautiful hospital, private hospital in a nice, salubrious room with Sky News on, or LBC or whatever else, that's all fine. But if you need acute care, suddenly something goes wrong, you might want to be in an NHS teaching hospital. Just saying. Should high earners be made to pay for public services at the point of use? And if you're a high earner, don't be shy. Tell me if you are completely fed up of constantly being targeted and feel that you're being put upon, and that the culture of this country is changing in a much more socialist direction, akin to certain European countries where wealth is poo-pooed and frowned upon, and you just don't really like it, and you're thinking the incentives to stick around here are pretty de minimis, and you're thinking about leaving. Do tell me. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, Ali Maraj on LBC 147.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
It was the moment the music stopped at a Taylor Swift dance class and 3 little girls were to lose their lives.
A man has been arrested following reports of a stabbing attack in Southport.
Now, chillingly, with tensions running high, could we be looking at a return of last summer's lawlessness? For the politicians, is it again just words and warnings? Southport must be a line in the sand. Join me, Nick Ferrari, next week as we mark the Southport killings 1 year on.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast, back Monday morning from 7. Listen on your radio, on Global Player, and the new LBC app.
Car loans. You could be owed thousands in compensation. If you bought a car on finance from 2007 onwards, it may have been sold with hidden commissions. Text CLAIM to 86688. My Claim Group, authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. You don't need to use the CNC. You can claim direct to your lender and the Financial Ombudsman for free. Text CLAIM to 86688.
Plans made simple. Save this summer with Lidl. Our mini mix has something for everyone. With a pack of 12 Bon Gelati ice creams down to just $2.45 with Lidl Plus. That's how you answer a meltdown. Download Lidl Plus and start saving this summer today.
18 plus GB only while stocks last. Terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV. Offer ends 30th of July.
Kate's just off to work after sleeping in the best bed in the business. And my word, doesn't she look ready for anything? Something about her smile is just brighter. Her eyes seem glittier. And she just feels so much more Katier. Of course, it's not a surprise, really, because last night she stepped at Premier Inn. And she got up to 15% off her business booker. Get better sleep for your money. Premier Inn. Rest easy. T's and C's apply.
Neuramol Dual Action contains the power of ibuprofen
And the strength of paracetamol
combined together to provide
faster, longer-lasting, more effective relief than regular painkillers alone.
Hit pain hard.
With Neuramol Dual Action Pain Relief.
Contains ibuprofen and paracetamol for pain not relieved by regular painkillers, ibuprofen or paracetamol individually.
Always read the label.
Oh, listen up, you beautiful people. It's Danny Diarrhea.
And Danny Dyer.
Our podcast, Living Lit Diets, is absolutely grand with top features.
We've got the Tumble Dyer, Conspiracy Corner.
You might catch us reading the latest free installment of my own fan fiction. Listen on Global Player or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ali Maraj on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Ali Maraj on LBC 150. Should high earners be made to pay for public services at the point of use? The International Monetary Fund thinks so. What do you think? 0345 6060 973. Anis, I'll come to your call in a moment. Irfan says this. I'm an accountant, seeing lots of clients wanting to move to Dubai and Portugal for tax reasons, but still use UK services like the NHS and schools. They want the benefits of being non-resident without cutting real ties. People who leave the UK at working age and stop paying taxes shouldn't get free public services like the NHS. If you've worked and contributed for years, fair enough, but if you leave early, you should have to pay them to keep access. It is about fairness. I love LBC listeners. They always rise to the occasion when I throw down really difficult, challenging issues where we can all learn. Irfan, thank you. And he's in Stanmore. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ali.
What would you like to say?
So, as I classify myself probably in the middle to higher earner bracket, and with regards to the NHS and public services, as a taxpayer, I'm already contributing significantly through various taxes. I've already funded the NHS, and I don't think I should be penalised or excluded from accessing the public healthcare system that I helped sustain. The choosing not to use it would amount to really paying twice for the same basic right. And as somebody in that kind of middle to higher bracket as well, we're already drowning in taxes. There's corporation tax, employers NI, VAT, employer national insurance, council tax. I can go on. And then after all that, there's inheritance tax. So, what I think simply, if you overtax the wealthy in this country, they can take their money, their businesses, and jobs elsewhere. So, less investment, fewer opportunities, and you're going to have a weaker economy. And, I'm moving into that camp.
Do you feel overtaxed, Denise?
I certainly do. I think that tax burden's been getting worse over the last few years, and at the same time, the opportunities abroad have been improving. So there's plenty of areas. I run my own business now, and in this newer digital economy, it's very easy to move abroad, and there's lots of opportunities to move abroad into countries that I think have more thriving economies. They're safer places to live. We've seen in my area there's been aggravated burglaries during the day, broad daylight. Really kind of nothing that the police do about it. So you can move abroad for kind of monetary reasons, for safety reasons, for and for a better economy as well.
Let me ask you this. I was just passing through Stanmore the other day. I have friends down there. It's a beautiful part of the world, and it's school not very far away, so I know exactly where you are. Let me ask you this. If taxes are expected to go up in the autumn, and they are, and you and I know this, right? And that's where we're headed, and it's going to be no surprise to anyone, despite what Rachel, you said that she wouldn't come back cap in hand and all the rest of it. It's dire. Now, do you not think it's better in some way to actually have a system where you pay for a service if you use it, rather than having another blanket tax on you if you're doing quite well in life already?
I think there's lots of ways that you can make the tax system fairer. But I think the issue at the moment is that public services like the NHS, they're meant to be universal. They're funded through progressive taxation and not means tested. So introducing those clear charges that punishes those who already.
I think this is a fundamental principle issue, and it's come up before in this conversation. Why on earth do you think the IMF has suggested? Did they just not get it? I mean, they're based in the US. Do you think it's a completely philosophically different cultural starting point? Because you're talking about universality based on general taxation. They're talking about pay for usage.
Yeah, well, I think obviously the US has got a very different healthcare model, and you can debate the benefits and the negatives of that. If you were going to shift the entire health service model, then you could argue for that. But with the current health service model we've got in place, there's certainly no reason why you should have to pay for private services as a taxpayer.
All right, Anis, thank you very much indeed for your call. Nick and Helen, good afternoon.
Hi. I think that the basic idea that we would pay for services that the government dishes up to us is fine. But of course, the IMF is missing the second part of the equation, which has to be that you pay less tax. And this all comes down to the fundamental of what do we pay for ourselves, and what do we give tax to the government to give us back in services. Which is which is all in my mind totally inefficient, because necessarily anything that goes through the government, it's salami sliced by the cost of bureaucracy, by think tanks, by all the different people. Plus, you can't name a single public service, and I mean a single public service, that people are satisfied with. All the good things in our lives, all the things that are efficient, that you turn on, you start your car, you go to the supermarket, or you turn on your iPhone, are all private. So this is absolutely fine, but you've got to reduce taxes, and then of course, then everyone's happy. I'd much rather pay less tax and pay for unpaid services, and not just. I'm not 125,000.
Okay,
higher tax.
So you're saying reduce tax, but what, increase pay per use charging? Is that what you're saying?
All pay per use. I'd be happy to pay for all my healthcare. I'd be happy to pay for but I mean, personally, I would apply it to schools as well. Things like schools and hospitals and nursery places should be only for the very destitute and poor, people that just don't earn money and don't pay tax. Anyone else, you just reduce their tax and they pay it. I'll give you one classic example, Ali. I know we're running out of time for this hour. Free nursery places or subsidised nursery places. A ridiculous cycle where young mothers who want to use that service can hardly afford to pay for it, and the reason they can't afford to pay for it, the government has to subsidise it, because when they go back to work, they're paying buckets of tax. And if they didn't pay the tax, the government would, and you can apply it to everything. And where the government, especially the NHS, is really the pinnacle of all this, because there's no, it's in water and trains and things like that, there's no natural monopoly for the NHS. You could have dozens of competing private organisations and private insurers.
You can, and maybe look. We've talked about the NHS a lot in the programme over a number of years, right? Look, it is as close as we have to a national religion. I'm a big supporter of the NHS. I think it does a lot of things very, very well, and I've had some very good experiences, not some not so good experiences, but generally I think it does the best it can. Now, whether it should be completely disbanded with a new model is a question for another time. But let me ask you this, Nick. David, who's a first-time texter, says this: all this is going to do is to make them more higher earners decide it's time to leave. I know several who have gone, not rich, just middle class. Now, what David is saying, I think in parallel, because who I'm speaking to, they are not multi-millionaires or billionaires, but they are doing reasonably well, and they're leaving. What do you think?
Still to put a bit of perspective, we hear all the time that people are leaving, doctors are leaving because they're not being paid enough. It's a lot harder than people think to just up it and more. I have family, I have kids, I own a property, and of course, you fancy those who think, oh, I'll go live in Italy where there's no inheritance, so I live in. I'm English, British, I was born here. I don't want to.
I get it, and I would leave for two reasons. One, family and friend connections, very important to me, and two, all of you, and LBC, of course. Nick, thank you. Daisy in York, good afternoon. Daisy, you're going to have to be quick.
Hi, Ali. Thanks for taking my call today. I'm just ringing up regarding, I'm a higher rate taxpayer, and I'm just over the threshold.
Yes.
I'm also being made redundant in September. Now, as a result of that, because I technically get a redundancy pay, having worked for an employment for 15 years, I'm getting taxed 45% on my redundancy because I'm earning two salaries. Technically, I'm getting two salaries that year. So my view is I'm happy to pay my tax. I'm a single income household.
Yes.
However, if the government are going to introduce this measure of pay on use, I'd like to see them also introduce something that stops benefit funds from committing fraud. Do a two-pronged attack. If they're going to have to do this to help the public finances, clamp down on benefit fraud and the people that are claiming it that don't need it.
That seems very fair to me, Daisy. A lot of people have talked about benefits a lot in the programme. A lot of people say every single person who's in receipt of benefits absolutely needs it. I'm a bit sceptical about that. I think you're making a fair point, Daisy. Thank you, and good luck with your next career move, whatever that is. Fascinating discussion. Thank you for all your calls and texts on that one. Now, nearly 2 in every 5 mobile phones stolen across Europe is taken in the UK as British police struggle to contain an epidemic of phone crime, with London being the phone snatching capital of Europe. How do we stop mobile phone theft?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock. Protesters have gathered in Scottish cities in opposition to Donald Trump's visit. The US president will hold talks with a number of political leaders during his 5-day private stay. LBC reporter Alan Zazinski is at a golf course in Ayrshire where Donald Trump teed off this morning. He says the security operation to get the president onto the course was surreal.
First of all, probably around 50 military and police personnel walked the course. They swept it in a huge line. We then saw probably about 100 police officers who then have surrounded the perimeter, and then we saw a motorcade that involved probably around 10 vehicles, but also about 20 golf buggies in that. So that was some spectacle.
The UK will support children needing medical assistance to leave Gaza. Sir Keir Starmer held emergency talks with French and German leaders this morning. They want to work towards a lasting peace in the region. The Prime Minister will support partners like Jordan to airdrop aid into Gaza. NHS England says the resident doctors' strikes will have a knock-on effect for patients. It's day 2 of a 5-day walkout over pay. Hospitals are aiming to reschedule any cancelled appointments within 2 weeks. There are traffic jams at Dover as holidaymakers begin the summer getaway. Nearly 40,000 cars are expected to go through the port this weekend. Extra staff have been brought in to minimise disruption. Queues are currently just under an hour for ferries at Dover. And taxpayers in England will no longer have to pay for recycling items like milk bottles and soup tins. From November, councils will share £1.1 billion. It's been raised by charging companies for recycling the packaging they use. The British and Irish Lions have completed a late comeback to win a rugby union series over Australia. It's thanks to a last-minute try. The hosts had led 23-17 at half-time in Melbourne, but Andy Farrell's side won the series 2-0 with the test still to play. LBC weather. A cloudy day with patchy rain and drizzle moving southeast across England and Wales. The showers should ease later, leaving a mostly dry night with some patchy fog. A high today of 23. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Sinead Carroll.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ali Mirage.
Ali Mirage on LBC, 3 minutes past 2. In this final hour, 2 stories that caught my eye in the papers today. Front page of the Daily Mail, county lines gangs switch from drugs to phone thefts. Police chief issues warning as street snatchers soar and urges tech firms to install kill switch to make stolen devices useful. Let me just read you this actually. It says county lines gangs have turned to snatching phones instead of dealing drugs to feed a growing £70 million a year epidemic. Gang members are grooming vulnerable young people to steal mobiles on Britain's streets due to unprecedented overseas demand and softer sentences for those who are caught. Stolen phones have been shipped abroad in bulk and sold around the world, according to police, with some 80% of the 80,000 phones stolen every year in London ending up overseas. An investigation has tracked a phone stolen from an estate agent on the capital's famous Baker Street, just down the road from here, across the globe to a high-rise block in Hong Kong, where it sat alongside hundreds of thousands of other handsets. At least 230 phones that were stolen every day on average in the UK last year, twice as many as 5 years ago, and rising all the time. And London is the epicenter, making up roughly 75% of phone thefts. And it is clear that this problem is not just a London problem. It is a nationwide problem, with every major force recording thousands of stolen phones every year. Hold that thought. Also a piece in the Times today, 2 in 5 phones stolen across Europe are taken in Britain. Nearly 2 in every 5 mobiles stolen across Europe are taken in the UK. As British police struggle to contain an epidemic of phone theft, London is the centre of the problem, with nearly 1 in every 6 phones stolen across the continent, being snatched in the capital, according to insurance claims data. Now, look, this mobile phone theft is an absolutely appalling, out of control situation. I've seen it happen. I saw it happen in front of my own face, just by the station where, near my house, one evening when it was quite dark, and an individual was crossing the Pelican Crossing. Just in front of me was on some headphones, you know, the actual wired headphones, the old-fashioned style. And literally, he was walking along with it out in front of him, and someone came on one of these electric bikes and whipped it out of his hand and just carried on. Literally whipped it out as if he was doing a relay overtake in a 400-meter relay race at the Olympics or something. I mean, wonderfully executed and smooth. And the poor guy whose phone got stolen was just left looking at his wire of his headphones that was still in his ears, wondering what had just happened to him. I mean, I really felt sorry for him. I asked him if he was okay, of course, and he was totally shocked and bewildered. And I, after that day, have been much, much, much more conscious about having my mobile phone out in public, using my earpieces instead, trying to put it away. And if I am using it, I try and sort of go and be very, very mindful as I can be about what's happening around me, just because I witness this happening. And I see every day people coming out of the tube station, wandering around like completely bewildered and gormless, with their phones out in front of them, basically almost inviting people to come and nick their phone. I mean, we know that there's a pandemic going on here of mobile phone theft. We've got to be a bit careful, haven't we? I want to ask you this. How do we stop mobile phone theft? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. I want to know if you've had your phone stolen. What happened? How did it affect you? And what did you learn on the back of it? If you're worried about this and haven't had your phone stolen, but know someone who has, your thoughts on this. If you're in law enforcement, if you're an officer, how bad a problem is this? And what do you think this says about where we are right now in terms of the crime steps in this country and the feeling that this sort of crime is completely out of control? What are your thoughts around it generally? How do we stop mobile phone theft? I want your thoughts on this. 0345 6060 973. Joining me first is Dr. Martin Gallagher, criminology lecturer and former superintendent with Police Scotland, who specialises in organised crime and police leadership. Martin, thank you very much indeed for joining me. Organised crime, well, it is very, very organised, isn't it?
It certainly appears that way, Ali, and thanks for having me. Good afternoon. Yeah, I mean, the amount of money you're talking about here, and when you get to a stage where, you know, there's intelligence indicating people switching from drugs, which has been the main commodity amongst organised crime for as long as I think most listeners will be able to remember, you've got to see there's a sea change going on and something afoot. And the other piece to this is street robbery in Britain wasn't that common until the ubiquity of the mobile phone. So there's a change going on in criminality here as well that we need to take into account.
Do you think that these gangs are now deliberately recruiting people, youngsters, who they would have been putting into county lines drug running, into actually mobile phone theft, because it's now become effectively an industry and an international industry?
Well, I think the first point, yes, there's an international industry, you know, and phones in Hong Kong indicative of that. I think you've got to take into account sentencing guidelines where we're saying someone is under 25, then their brain isn't mature enough to be held fully responsible for their actions. Sounds like they're going to get to vote when they're 16, but we're not going to hold them criminally responsible for the laws they're voting on until they're 25.
Is that what they're saying now, this 25 thing? I missed this, Martin.
Yes. So it's now that within sentencing guidelines across the UK, if you are under 25, that's to be taken into account, because scientific evidence indicates that your brain is not mature prior to that age, and that should be taken into account in sentencing.
So this is the argument that is made about gambling as well, that you're not immature enough until 25. But yeah, as you say, we're going to be allowing 16-year-olds to vote. I mean, how serious a problem is this now? Not only in London, which we know about, is well covered, but across the country. I mean, I understand that even rural areas such as Suffolk, Lincolnshire and Gloucestershire are also suffering this.
Yeah, it's a massive problem. It ties in with shoplifting. piece as well, Ali. You know, these are different issues, but linked. You know, where you've got a complete breakdown round about. I suppose you could go as far as right and wrong. You know, where people can walk into a shop and just clear a shelf, but as you've mentioned, cycling down the street and lifting someone's phone. That these are brazen offences, right? Crime has not been this brazen in Britain before. These are absolutely brazen offences that are being committed. So yes, I think we have a significant problem, and it's getting worse.
What do we do about it?
Well, I might raise your eyebrows with the first thing I'm going to say. There are implications of ECHR into this. Okay?
Tell me how.
And if you let me, I'll explain why.
Cool.
So when ECHR was introduced, that led to changes in the criminal justice system that contribute towards this. So, for instance, you'll know that mobile phone technology pings. It says where the phone is. Now, pre-ECHR, that would be, you know, an absolute godsend to me as a young police officer. I was getting told by the point device where a stolen item was. But post-ECHR, it's become incredibly hard to get a warrant. Used to be the case you could get a warrant within 50 minutes by approaching the justice of the peace. And if you had said you had technical evidence that an item was inside the house, particularly if it was a known criminal, you were getting that warrant.
And now you can't do it? You can't do it?
Now, certainly in Scotland, now you are hours approaching a prosecutor who may or may not allow you to approach a sheriff, who is our judge in Scotland, who you're going to have hours to get a warrant from, and all the meantime the phone rests in the house. And to be honest, from what I've heard from former colleagues and a good friend who had equipment stolen fairly recently, they're not going to get in the house. They're not going to get a warrant. So you know, so it's an implication of supposed fairness that came from ECHR round about the judicial process that's impacting here. So if the cops can't get through the door to get the phone, this is contributing to make it worse.
Absolutely crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Martin, thank you. That was Dr. Martin Gallagher, criminology lecturer, former superintendent with Police Scotland, specialises in organised crime and police leadership there. Also joining me is Will Geddes, international security expert. Will, thank you for joining me. If we look at the fact that mobile phone theft is skyrocketing at the moment, what can we actually do to protect ourselves, given the fact that it may happen to us, unfortunately? What can we do?
Well, firstly, Ali, thank you for inviting me on the show. There's a lot of things you can do, and they're very, very simple things you can do. I think as Martin was explaining, the police, their hands are tied somewhat. We know that their resources are limited, but protection and security really starts at home. It starts with you. And the first thing you've got to remember, and I say this to a lot of clients, is the cost of many new Androids, new iPhones, are equivalent of about £1,000. Would you walk down the street with £1,000 in your hand, visible for other people to see? If you would, then you're inviting trouble. So the first thing you should be doing is remembering that your device is worth something to someone. Certainly from my contacts, I found out that even a £1,000 iPhone will exchange hands generally for about £300. The kids that steal them, and these kids are well rehearsed, they practice amongst each other on bicycles with one of their colleagues holding the phone to try and see how quickly and easily they can snatch the phone out of each other's hands.
Practicing this?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. And each of these kids will get about 50 quid for each phone. Now, if they're trading it on for about £300 to someone, that's a very clear 250 quid, very easily made by the bandits. So the first thing really is, number one, don't have it visible. Ideally, if you have it in your hand, then keep it close by and keep it to your side. And the first thing really to recognize is that getting into a phone when it's locked is very, very difficult.
Right.
So be especially conscious if you've got your phone in your hand that you're not on the screen answering messages, sending messages, because when it's open, as soon as they grab it, and that's what they're looking for, they're looking for people who are distracted, looking down at their phone, staring at it. If it's open, that then opens everything up to them. And then we're talking a Pandora's box of opportunities, not just the phone itself, but your accounts, potentially your banking, your emails, your contacts, everything. And they can exploit all of those things once they've got it in their hands and it's open.
Now, tell me about this kill switch thing, Will. What is this kill switch, which the police are also saying to manufacturers like Apple and Google that they should be installing in the phones that effectively render it redundant, as I understand, if it does get stolen.
Well, Ali, there already is a kill switch.
Right.
There's Find My Device with Android, and there's Stolen Device Protection with Apple.
Okay.
Down to the user to literally get into their phone, lodge it, set it up, configure it, so that if the device goes missing remotely, as soon as they can find something that can connect to the internet, then they can actually kill the device remotely. They can have an erase remotely of that device, so it will mean nothing to anybody. But that doesn't necessarily bypass the first thing that the criminals will do, which is to turn on airplane mode. Now, the moment they turn on airplane mode, that device then disappears, or if they put it into like a Faraday bag where it cannot connect. So it's open, but they've got it then in an environment where they can potentially not receive that signal to kill switch it.
So airplane, this is fascinating. I have no idea about this. Airplane mode is a way of getting around this thing.
Correct, exactly. So that gets past you remotely being able to connect to that phone and then being able to kill switch it. Now, there are issues of privacy in terms of obviously getting into the device remotely when it is actually denying any sort of recognized signal. So that's one of the key issues. So, Ali, let's take it back to the basics. The first thing is the PIN number on your device. Don't put it in just 1, 2, 3, 4 or 0, 0, 0, 0. Have a minimum of 6 figures to it, not just 4, 6. That makes it incredibly more difficult to get into and to guess. And in the settings on the phone, you can even set it that if 10 attempts are made to try and get into the phone, it will automatically lock and it will erase. So you can do that in the settings of your phone, especially on iPhones. So make it a 6-digit PIN. Ideally, even better, alphanumeric. And you do have that option on both Androids and also iPhones.
This is a lot to take in, and I think, but all very simple steps that we can take. Will, do you think that this is all around people taking these precautions, being sensible, educating themselves, and just acting in a sensible manner when on the street?
Yeah, absolutely, Ali. I mean, and it really is a case of the phone has to be open. I mean, we only go back to the San Bernardino terrorists in California a few years back, and even the FBI couldn't get into their phone because they didn't have the PIN code to get into it. So the hardware itself, yes, it can be wiped entirely, and then that device obviously has a resale value. But the big concern is we have all of our lives contained within our...
Absolutely.
Okay, and so it's like leaving your front door unlocked if you haven't got a good PIN number on it.
That is a really good analogy, Will. Thank you. Absolutely fascinating discussion. It is like leaving your phone unlocked. That was Will Geddes, international security expert. I really found that. Look, there's a lot we can do here. There's a lot we can do here. Sensibly, I've got to be honest. Do I do all of these things? No, but the one thing I do is I'm a lot more aware of my surroundings after watching that phone mobile theft happening in front of my face, literally next to me. I am a lot more aware than I've ever been. That is true. The other precautions seem pretty sensible to take. So I think we should just take that on board. I mean, look, even the Prophet Muhammad said, when asked about all this and about possessions, tie up your camel. Basically, secure your mobile phone. How do we stop mobile phone theft? 0345 6060 973. Text to 84850. You can also ask Alexa to send a comment to LBC. Ali Maraj on LBC 290.
This is LBC.
Save this summer with Lidl. Our mini mix has something for everyone. With a pack of 12 Bon Gelati ice creams down to just $2.45 with Lidl Plus. That's how you master a meltdown. Download Lidl Plus and start saving this summer today.
18 plus GB only while stocks last. Terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LBTV. Offer ends 30th of July.
Chase is the digital bank that could boost your savings.
Ooh, tell me more.
When you join Chase, you could earn 5% AER variable. That includes a 2.25% AER fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yep, our savings boost could help you reach your goals, like that dream holiday or a weekend getaway. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase Boosted Saver. Offer may be withdrawn at any time. 18 plus UK residents available to new current account customers for your first 31 days. Eligibility applies. 4.89% gross. Terms apply.
So, where are we going?
You wanted to try something new? Well, we're here.
The Hyundai electrifying summer event.
I booked a test drive in the all-new Insta online. It's the 2025 World Electric Vehicle winner, and we save £500 if we order before the 31st of August.
Ooh, very stylish.
Oh, and it's Hyundai, by the way.
The Hyundai electrifying summer event. Are you in? 18 plus UK retail customers only. Excludes Motability. Registered by 30th of September. T's and C's apply.
The Hillary summer sale just got even better. Get up to 50% off hundreds of made-to-measure blinds, curtains and shutters, plus an extra 10% off everything until the 28th of July. Make the most of your garden, whatever the weather, with 10% off our super sleek pergolas. With Hillary's, measuring and fitting is always included for a perfect finish. Book your free in-home appointment today. Visit hillarys.co.uk. But hurry, extra 10% off everything ends 28th of July. Conditions apply.
Lotto's £11 million jackpot must be won this Saturday, or thousands of you will win a share of the prize. Lotto, play on app. Estimated jackpot, prizes rounded down to the nearest £1. Rules apply, 18 plus.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Ali Mirage on LBC 221. How do we stop mobile phone theft? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Samir, a new caller in Uxbridge. Samir, after you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, this situation is getting out of control. I was on the London Underground and the doors open and someone on the platform snatched the lady's phone out of her hand as the doors were closing. So she was literally still on the train with no phone now. No one could obviously go after the guy because the train left the platform. I literally go out of my way now, believe it or not, as silly as it sounds, to actually sit in the middle section of the train, just so that I could use my phone because of this fear of this happening. And they even play it on the tramways to beware of mobile phone snatchers as the train doors are closing. So it's not just pickpockets you have to think about now. You know, I work in Knightsbridge, and you know, I was walking down the street once, and the police actually told a gentleman who was on his phone on the street to put his phone away.
Yes.
And I was like, because Knightsbridge it is a London problem, but Knightsbridge is one of the hotspots. And I was just thinking, is this the world we live in? You know, and me personally, the way I go about it to avoid these things is that if I want to use my phone, I literally go into a shop just to take my phone out to use it. Because if you're on the street and you're holding your phone and someone on the scooter just comes by and takes it, you can't run after them. You know, there's nothing you could do about it. It's too late. You know, another precaution I took was I bought an Apple Watch now because I can use some of the functions on my phone without actually having to take my phone out.
So you can make a call from the watch. Is that right?
Well, you can answer a call from the watch. I don't. Yeah, there's some things you can't do, but there's some things you can do. You know, I spend a lot of time in London, and that's why I bought this watch. They're not cheap, and you know, I spend a lot of time in the countryside where I don't have to take my watch because it's safe there, you know. But
so I'm a bit worried about this whole experience that you witnessed on the tube because, I mean, everyone, including myself, we're using our phones on the tube all the time, right? I mean, we've got to be worrying about this on the tube now as well, being snatched as a tube doors closed. I mean, this is very worrying.
It is worrying, and to be honest, you mentioned, I was listening to you earlier, you said, why is it happening? And to be honest, sorry, some people are just evil, you know, they're opportunistic, they find a new way of doing things, and they're going to take it, you know, irrespective of what other people are feeling.
Well, it's costing Brits £67 million a year at the moment, and location data says that a third of the phones being stolen in the capital are sent to Algeria, 20% end up in China, and a further 7% end up in Hong Kong. It's an international business now, Samir.
Yeah, it is. And to be honest, as I said to you, the way I stop it from happening to me is, you know, I go into a shop to take my phone out, I use my Apple Watch. These are things we shouldn't have to be doing. You know, this is silly. This is our phone. This is, you know, we have the right to use them. But sorry, when you've got criminals who are, you know, dare I say it, clever enough to take it from you, you need to be a bit clever in them, irrespective of what you have to do. But I still have my phone. A lot of people don't have theirs, and I think, you know, with all due respect, people should maybe listen to me. You know,
well, Samir, this is the thing, right? Because people will say, yeah, but you know, Why should we be telling victims what to do? This is all on the actual perpetrators. Well, you look, as I said, you've got to tie up the camel as well, right? I mean, you've got to be sensible about this. There are opportunistic thieves all over the place, as we can see, not just in London, but increasingly across the country. It's out of control completely, this epidemic of mobile phone theft. We have to do what we can, Samir. And that's what you're saying. We need to educate ourselves. I appreciate your call. Very good advice from you. Thank you for calling. James in Bexley after me.
Hi,
Fine, thank you. What would you like to say?
So I've just recently had a case being filed because it was essentially I left a bag on a train platform with Apple trackers in it.
Oh yeah.
So I followed the trackers, went to the police station and said, "Can you assess the distance of the address?" To which they said no. So then I went to the address and I retrieved the laptop out of my bag, but not the bag. And the laptop didn't have trackers in it. So I got given half my property. I went back to the police station in Wimbledon and I said, "Can we go back to the address? I've got half of it." And they said no again. So then I opened up a case which then got handed to BTP. They got handed over from the Met to the BTP because it was taken from the train platform, which then got filed and then reopened because I had to call up and say I was returning to the address the next weekend. So they only want the help if you put yourself at harm going to the address instead of actually going there.
How did you get the laptop back, James? I mean, did you meet the people who...
I was seen outside the house. I started shouting. Because I was doing my dissertation at the time, I couldn't lose the laptop.
Oh, yeah, well, exactly, yeah.
So, so I was doing that. And then someone came out, gave it to me in his hand, but didn't give me the rest of the bag. That caused another scene for the bag, put the door shut in my face, essentially.
That was lucky that they gave you the laptop.
Yeah, exactly. It is.
Were you scared, James, doing that? I mean, that is, you know, I mean, anything could have happened to you.
Exactly. And that's because I got turned down twice, once at the station and then another over 111, I'm pretty sure it was.
Terrible. Yeah. But you had the wherewithal to have these Apple trackers, which are what, these little things that you put around your possessions?
Yes. And then I would have thought that they'd go around and get the rest of my belongings after returning with half the property.
What can we do?
Because it was a hostile environment as well, I would have thought they'd be more likely to help.
So you feel pretty let down, do you, by the police on this?
Yeah. No, of course. And then it took them, and then so we returned. And I was still watching the trackers in the bag. They hadn't found them yet. So they were in the address for 2 days, and then there were two trackers. One got thrown into a garden of the house across the street, and then the other one got thrown into a bush in an alleyway. So I went back, found the one in the bush, and then the one in the alley, the one in the other house. Officers searched that house, but they couldn't find the bag.
So they eventually they did, but it took days to get there, did it?
No, they didn't.
Oh, they didn't.
So it was like they eventually went because they kept returning to the address, and we could only get them there if I said that I was going to the door myself, because they thought that if I got hurt, they weren't going there to actually look for it.
This is totally perverse. This is totally perverse. Yeah. James, what's your advice to people out there other than to install Apple trackers on everything, which are also expensive, aren't they?
That's the thing. That's not even advice, because they clearly don't help. I don't think that they deem it as serious enough to investigate. Because despite like back and forth emails, where they've got the right to search, I've spoken to other police officers about this, where there's enough evidence seeing as it was property retrieved from the address, and I've got proof that the trackers were in the address. They filed the case again because nobody answered the door. So it's essentially saying you can commit crime, but if you don't answer the door, like, you're fine. And it's not even a fact like they needed the money to send the property away. It was an 800 grand townhouse in Wimbledon.
Terrible.
So it's just rude. So I would have thought that they'd have a bit of action on actually catching the criminals. And it took about 2 months to retrieve CCTV from the station, which they then said was just bad quality.
James, one question I have to ask, I'm compelled to ask you, is did you get the dissertation done and in?
Yeah, no, I graduated last week.
Congratulations, but I mean, how stressful is that?
Yeah, no, it didn't help out.
Wow.
At all. But yeah.
I'm surprised. James, thank you very much indeed. I'm glad you got it in. I mean, extremely stressful. You've got enough to do with your exams coming up and your dissertation to do, rather than having to retrieve your own belongings yourself with literally no help from the police. James, thank you. John says this in Deptford, on phone snatching, if I walk down the street with £1,000 in cash in my hand and someone ripped it out of my hands, I should not be surprised. This is precisely what Londoners are doing all the time. Keep your £1,000 item hidden and it won't get stolen. Well, this is exactly what Will Geddes was saying. We need to be much, much more aware of allowing these thieves, well, making life too easy for these thieves. And another one says this from Lee, thieves will target people who are actually on their phones. As the phone is open and not locked, the perpetrator can immediately reset the lock mechanism and make access to all personal data straightforward, says Lee. Worrying, all this, really very worrying. How do we stop mobile phone theft? Tell me, have you had your phone stolen? What are your experiences? What precautions are you taking? If it has happened to you or a friend of yours, how did you feel? How did it impact you? What did you learn? What can you share with the rest of us to make sure that we wise up to this growing, out of control threat? How do we stop mobile phone theft? 0345 60 60 973, text 84850. After the break, we're going to be talking about people gaming the system to secure driving tests. 2:31, first the news with Shane Carroll.
As Donald Trump enjoys golf on his course in Scotland, protesters have gathered in Aberdeen and Edinburgh, demonstrating their opposition to the US president's trip. The Scottish First Minister, John Swinney, has announced public money, meanwhile, to support a tournament at the Trump International Golf Links in Aberdeenshire. The UK will work with Jordan to airdrop aid into Gaza and support children needing medical aid to leave the region. Leaders in the UK, France and Germany have agreed to work on a plan for a long-term solution. And nearly two-thirds of parents are struggling to pay for school trips. The survey suggests many are working extra hours or selling possessions to fund the visits. LBC weather, a cloudy day with patchy rain and drizzle moving southeast across England and Wales. Showers should ease, leaving a mostly dry day with some patchy mist. A high of 23.
This is LBC.
A frozen berry glass, please.
All right, love. Do you know what I've done?
No, what have you done?
You see Pete sleeping over there? I got the sun cream that only got a drawer on his back.
Oh, but that's not Pete.
Isn't it?
Oh, very funny.
Avoid having the wrong kind of fun in the sun. At Specsavers, get 2 for 1, including sunglasses, from £70 with single vision lenses to the same prescription. Terms and conditions apply. See in store for details.
Recently, thousands of savvy shoppers snapped up deals with Discount Dragon. They bought 24 cans of Diet Coke Lime for just $2.99, Heinz Tomato Ketchup for just 1p, Comfort Ultimate Care Fabric Conditioner for just $1.99, and a Pringles multi-pack for just a penny. But you missed out. Discount Dragon buys surplus stock and turns it into spectacular deals. Visit the website now and check out today's deals at discountdragon.co.uk.
Car owners, you could be owed thousands in compensation. If you bought a car on finance from 2007 onwards, it may have been sold with hidden commissions. Text CLAIM to 86688. My Claim Group, authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. You don't need to use the CNC. You can claim direct to your lender and the Financial Ombudsman for free. Text CLAIM to 86688.
Claims made simple. This week on Morrison's Market Street, our weekly specials are full of British showstoppers, perfect for getting the family round. Pick up a tender British silver-sided beef, now £12.66 a kilo. Or juicy ribeye steak, now £25.50 a kilo. That's big flavour, top cuts and prices that don't bite. Fresh from Market Street. Majority of stores subject to availability. Online may vary. Excludes Morrison's Daily. Silverside beef was £19 per kilo. Ribeye steak was £32.50 per kilo. Ends 27th of July.
This is LBC with Ali Mirage. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Ali Mirage on LBC 234. How do we stop mobile phone theft, which is completely out of control? We understand county lines gangs have turned to snatching phones instead of dealing drugs to feed a growing £70 million a year epidemic. and also nearly 2 in 5 mobiles stolen across Europe are taken in the UK as the police are struggling to contain an epidemic of phone theft. How do we stop it? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. Trevor says this: I purchased a lanyard, secures my phone to my belt, successfully beat a snatch attempt yesterday near South Tottenham Station. There are hotspots, by the way, around, and last year 70,000 phones were stolen and reported in London, up 40% in the previous year. 2020, only 20,000 were reported stolen, and the latest crime figures for England and Wales showed that theft from the person increased by 50% in 2024, 483,000 incidents, and that mobile phones were the most commonly stolen object in that category. Your thoughts? Have you had your phone nicked? If so, what impact did it have on you? What did you learn? What can you share? How do we tackle this problem? What is the best way around it? Advice for all of us, please, because I see people walking all over the place with their phones out. Sometimes I actually have the temerity to tell people to put their phones on because it's an invitation for someone to come and nick them. How do we stop mobile phone theft? 0345 6060 973. Now, I did mention this whole thing about driving tests, which I saw and I thought was crazy. People paying up to 500 quid to secure a driving test. Joining me to discuss this is Mark Bourne, head of AA Driving School Academy. Mark, what's going on here? I mean, I understand that there was a massive backlog post-COVID, but now people are paying 500 quid on a black market to secure a driving test. What's happening here?
Good afternoon. Yes, that's correct. It's ultimately, before COVID, there was no such thing as driving test reselling. But because of the backlog that COVID created, it has created this whole new market. And it is, lots of people are paying lots of money, and as you say, up to £500 a time.
So this is basically secondary trading in driving test slots.
Yes, and I think the other challenge is that, as well as it costing obviously an awful lot of money for some people to secure these tests, it's actually taking the test from people that want to use the official channels to book the test, and so it makes it very, very difficult. The average national waiting test time now is over 21 weeks, and so that makes it really hard to plan your course of learning and to get that test and be able to pass that test.
Now, learning drivers have spoken about how getting tests has become an arms race, with groups of friends comparing the best, most cost-effective and reliable way to game the system. How are people gaming the system?
So there's two entries, if you like, into booking a driving test. There is the public system, which you access through .gov.uk, and then there is also a business booking service that driving instructors can use to book and swap driving tests for their pupils.
Is that the DVSA thing?
They're both operated through the DVSA.
Okay.
But one is for driving instructors to use, and one is.
Yep.
I think the weakest link in terms of people being able to take driving tests and use bots to get driving tests is actually through the business booking. And there has been a consultation. Responses ended this week to that consultation in terms of whether driving instructors should be able to book driving tests for pupils, or whether actually we just switch that system off and keep the public system and every pupil just books their own test.
Because the issue is that some of these driving instructors are then trading these spaces that they have, the tests that they're booked, to trade for the highest bidder.
Yeah, it does appear to be that way, or they are providing access to their accounts so that others can come in and use the bots to actually then take the test and resell them as well. So
terrible. And you're saying now it's up to what, 24 weeks now? People are waiting.
Up to 24 weeks. So it has increased, and it makes obviously getting your first driving test that you can try and time it correctly so that you're finishing your training as you arrive for that first driving test. But then it puts a lot of pressure on, because if you're unsuccessful, you might have an incredibly long wait again for another test, and you won't want to keep learning to drive during that period. It'll be very, very expensive. So it's about trying to keep the skills up.
Not easy at all.
Be ready. So they're not easy at all.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. That was Mark Bourne, head of AA Driving School Academy. They're bringing us up to date on this what is going on in the secondary trading market for driving tests? I mean, this place just gets more bizarre by the day, doesn't it? Honestly. How do you stop mobile phone theft? 0345 6060 973. Chris in Austin. Chris, afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Good to speak to you.
Yes, likewise. Chris, tell us.
Well, I'm a serving police officer. I'm in the Met. I just wanted to give a bit of crime prevention advice for all your listeners.
Thank you.
Some has been covered already. Being aware of your situational awareness.
Yes.
You can have lanyards that are attached to your neck, that are attached to your phone, and your hand that are attached to your phone. But one thing that hasn't been said is, whenever we arrest someone, we check their mobile phones. When they're brought into custody, we take the mobile phones off them, whether theirs or not, and we record the IMEI numbers.
Oh,
and
yes.
the amount of victims that don't know their IMEI numbers is astounding.
Tell me about this.
It's a very simple way.
Yeah, tell me about this.
So it's a very simple way. It works on most phones. You press *#06#. It will bring up your IMEI number. So take a screenshot of that. Email it to yourself, keep a record of that. If your phone is stolen and you report it to the police, give that IMEI number, and then if we do arrest someone who has that phone in their possession, it can be linked to the incident with yourself, and it can be dealt with like that. And
Chris, what was it again? *#06#.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Go, carry
on. And I would also like to say, I mean, I've been in 12 years, and I would say that the increase in mobile phone theft, the snatching, has kind of gone hand in hand with the increase in e-scooters and e-bikes. It's almost an easy way of enabling them to do it. It used to be mopeds formerly 12 years ago when I started, but now it's sort of e-bikes and e-scooters. And people just need to be aware of their surroundings. Don't put yourself in danger, and report it to the police, give the IMEI number, and if we do retrieve the phone, we can make that suspect to that incident and hopefully return your property.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris, and thank you for your service. Appreciated. Paul in Leeds, good afternoon.
Hi.
What would you like to say, Paul?
Well, the thing is, we can't prevent the stealing of the phone. Whatever you do, they're gonna go. What I do instead, and I'm doing it for the last 5 years now, and it didn't start with the phone theft. It started with all this data theft. So I got two smartphones. I've got one very cheap one, which I use for my day-to-day use. It has got all your nonsense, WhatsApp, Facebook, and everything on it. And the second phone, it has got absolutely nothing else apart from banking apps, your PayPal and things.
Okay.
So that phone stays perfectly locked. It only comes out in a secure environment. My other phone doesn't even have the card reader on it for me to pay. If I have to pay money, then I have to take my card out and get it to the terminal, because trust me, the amount of time people just want to use their phone for paying this and paying that. And then, so, I mean, I'm not that big person that the Russians or Chinese are interested in my data. But I have my bank accounts, and I don't want to be in a situation where my bank account is empty or someone had bought something off me. So I just have a good smartphone which has got banking apps and everything else.
So that's quite good. And Paul, when did you decide to have this two-phone security approach?
I'm doing it for the last 6 years. Actually, when I upgraded my iPhone, they were paying me peanuts for my phone. The one that I was getting rid of, they're paying me peanuts. So I said, well, instead of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the old phone, reset to factory standards, so there's nothing else on it, basically blind bank phone, and just download a few of the banking apps and stuff. And since then I've been using it, all the banking apps, no matter how much iPhone upgrades, all the banking apps still work. Your Facebook may not work, your WhatsApp may not work, but all your old banking apps, they always work on the iPhones. Also, because your iPhone is older, and the technology in there, the operating system and stuff is old, none of these hackers are interested in bugging the old operating systems. They all want to be bugging the new system. So, I mean, you are not paying much money. To be honest, that phone has got a SIM card, which is there, which is for all the banks have got that number. None of my friends know what is my banking phone number. Nobody knows. Okay?
Well, I think it's very, very sensible approach that you've taken, Paul. Thank you very much indeed for that. By the way, just in case you're wondering what the most sought-after phones for nicking purposes are, let me tell you, the iPhone 15 Pro Max was the most stolen phone, followed by the iPhone 16 Pro Max and the Galaxy S24 Ultra. So if you got those, you're in possession of a prized possession. Do look after them, please. Alan says this, Ali, I'm a police officer and I've also been a victim of crime. I empathise with people and agree we shouldn't have to fear items being stolen. However, the police can only do so much. We have limited numbers of officers who are already worked to the bone and with an ever-increasing volume of crime reports. The only way we will improve this service is an increase in policing budgets, meaning increased tax, which nobody is willing to pay. Currently, police have no choice but to assess the threat, harm and risk of incidents and prioritise them. As frustrating as it is, stolen property is the bottom of the list compared to other crimes. Well, look, Alan, thank you for being honest and for sort of stating, a clear and obvious point, but one that we should bear in mind. I mean, we can all have a go at the police, and I also have a go at the police as well sometimes, particularly when I got my own car nicked. My sister got her car nicked. I mean, all you get is a crime reference number and a victim support helpline. It's not exactly, it doesn't make you feel great, but I do understand the point. Look, Nigel Farage this week was talking about spending over 17 billion to halve UK crime. Now, I don't know where the money's going to come from, but he's talking about that by making some changes and also recruiting 30,000 more officers. We shall see if they ever get to government whether that comes to pass. But right now we've got an acute problem and we need to think about how we can minimise the chances of our phones being snatched. How do we stop mobile phone theft? 0345 6060 973, text 84355. I'm Raj on LBC 246.
Coming up at 3 on LBC, Vanessa Phelps.
Donald Trump says immigration is killing Europe and you've got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening. Is he right? Is immigration killing this country?
Vanessa Phelps on LBC.
Turns out my sister's been seeing too. Oh, really? And I heard he's been seeing Kelly at number 56. And Dave, your brother.
Yep. Specsavers opticians and audiologists own and run their stores, so your care is their business, which can make them rather popular.
I've got something to tell you. I've got half an hour with him this afternoon.
Specsavers, your care is our business. Book an appointment today.
The Hillary summer sale just got even better. Get up to 50% off hundreds of made-to-measure blinds, curtains and shutters, plus an extra 10% off everything until the 28th of July. Make the most of your garden, whatever the weather, with 10% off our super sleek pergolas. With Hillary's, measuring and fitting is always included for a perfect finish. Book your free in-home appointment today. Visit hillarys.co.uk. But hurry, extra 10% off everything ends 28th of July. Conditions apply.
Lotto's £11 million jackpot must be won this Saturday, or thousands of you will win a share of the prize. Lotto, play on app. Estimated jackpot prizes rounded down to the nearest £1. Rules apply. 18+.
Neuramol Dual Action contains the power of ibuprofen
And the strength of paracetamol
combined together to provide faster, longer-lasting, more effective relief than regular painkillers alone. Hit pain hard
with Neuramol Dual Action Pain Relief.
Contains ibuprofen and paracetamol for pain not relieved by regular painkillers, ibuprofen or paracetamol individually.
Always read the label.
Looking for a fixed passive income backed by real demand? With ulesprosperity.com. You buy the car, we rent it from you for a set period. You stay the legal owner and we pay you up to £600 per month in fixed rental income. No hassle, no maintenance, no tenants. It's a straightforward asset-backed rental agreement. Visit ulesprosperity.com for conditions and to learn more. That's ulesprosperity.com. Simple, steady, secure.
Ali Mirage on LBC. Text 84850.
Ali Mirage on LBC 249. How do we stop mobile phone theft? 0345 6060 973. Front page of the Mail. County lines gangs switch from drugs to phone thefts. This is a real big issue, as we are hearing your thoughts. Ed, a new caller in Harpenden. Welcome, Ed.
Yeah, Martin, thank you for having me on this show. I've been listening to your the discussion over the last 20 minutes or so, and getting more and more angry, really. I think, why as we, law-abiding citizens, why are we expected to kowtow, to tolerate people stealing our mobile phones, stealing our cars, stealing whatever else it may be? if you blamed the victim in any other crime, assault, sexual assault, it wouldn't be allowed. So why are we constantly having to bend over and kowtow to people who continually break the law? There is zero consequence for the actions they're taking, and that's the problem we have in this country, in my view.
Ed, I don't disagree with you. However, we also have to live in the real world. You have to tie up your own camel, Ed.
No, I completely disagree with that. I mean, I've just driven down a country lane, and down that country lane there is litter spread all over it from McDonald's and KFC. People do not obey the rules. They think they can do what they like, and it's all the way to stealing mobile phones. On the news of the week, a gentleman or a young lad was stabbed on the tube to death for brushing past someone, and this person has gone to prison for 5 years. Given Keir Starmer's politics, he'll be out in 3. Where is the consequence for these actions? I listened to two of your callers.
Yeah.
The first caller said he had Apple tags in his bag, and the police did nothing about it. And I listened to your second caller, who was a policeman, who said if you take the code off your phone, they will try and get your phone back to you. And then just before the break, the third person you raised that the police don't have the numbers to deal with the offence that are taking place. Well, one gentleman had the Apple tags in the bag in the house, and they did nothing about it at all. But you put a tweet or something on Facebook, and they'll be round straight away. That's the problem in this country. Zero consequence.
I think it's a fair point, Ed. I'm not going to argue with you on this. I think we're in the case which was outlined earlier, where you've got the Apple tags. This was James was poor guy was trying to do his dissertation, right? He's got the address, for heaven's sake. He's had to go there, put himself in harm's way to get his laptop back. He didn't get the rest of his belongings back, and the police didn't help. I know the police are stretched. I understand that fully. I get it. But come on, I mean,
I disagree. I think the police are stretched. They're busy. But you look at what's happened in the police over the last few years, and the recent report by I forget her name, say Casey. Casey. So you look at that report. We had a similar report all the way back with McPherson and Stephen Morris case. Yeah, we had Cressida Dick taking over the Metropolitan Police when she'd been involved in the Mendes shooting in 2007. We had Ian Blair continually lying about the need for 90-day detention. We had Paul Stevenson. I think I'm right in saying this. He was the Metropolitan Commissioner, had to resign. It's all the way through.
I get the point. So, Ed, look, we can say that we're being too lenient in this country. We don't have enough police. Police should do their job, and all of these things. Is there no responsibility at all, in your view, on the part of the individual to not go around like a completely like in cloud cuckoo land, wandering around with their mobile phone out?
Of course there is. You wouldn't leave your front door open. You wouldn't leave your car unlocked. You wouldn't. All I'm saying, I think the majority of your callers, what I've heard, is always excuses and trying to side with the 2% who do this. I lost my phone a number of years ago, and the people are decent. I lost it. It turned out I lost it in a park with the children, and someone took it to the police station. So 99% of people in the country are decent. We're having to abide by the rule-breaking minority, significant minority, and that's the problem we have.
Well, thank you, Ed. I mean, just talking about decency, I must say I had a lot on my mind in the last couple of weeks, and I have 2 phones, and one of them, one for work and one personal one. I did leave my work phone in a restaurant, on a restaurant table after breakfast in Paternoster Square. Thankfully, it has never happened to me before. Never happened to me in my life. Thankfully, I think that one of the waiters must have picked it up, and I managed to get it back. Thankfully, otherwise it would have been a nightmare. Ed, thank you so much. David, another new caller in Birmingham. David.
Yeah, hello, Ed. Good afternoon. I agree with a lot of it, Sam, but I think it's a real big social problem. You know. You go back many years when I was a lad, the local bobby would clip you around the ear and sort of make you do as you're told. I think there's no respect because they know that whatever happens, there's no real deterrent to stop them. The 2 young lads that have just been jailed, I think it was yesterday, for murdering somebody on a bus, 15, 16 years of age. Where's the deterrent? There is none. I've got 5 children, 7 grandchildren. Not all of them have been great all through their lives. They've had their ups and downs. But we just, I know the police are stretched, but what's going to happen is society is going to break down even more, and we're going to have vigilante gangs.
Well, it already is breaking down. It already is breaking down, David. And the thing is, it's sort of become a respectless society. And once you start having this moral breakdown in the very essence and the DNA of society, you've got serious problems. It's the same thing with shoplifting, right?
Yeah,
Same thing
the
with
problem you get, there is, children, younger generations. I travel the world on business still. You don't get these issues in the Middle East. You don't get them in Dubai. You're quite right. You don't get them in Monaco. Anywhere you go, you don't have it. I think, we have a society now, and I look at it that there is no such thing as a bad child. It's bad parenting. And parents, unfortunately, with social media, and again, I can refer this directly to my own family, their children spend half their life on social media. They don't know about cutting the grass outside and what's right and what's wrong. You've got to really continually preach to them. And when social media is constantly sending the wrong signals.
So, David, your answer to how do we stop mobile phone theft is actually a broader question about what instilling respect in young people by making them know the law?
No, I think it's a case of they need to understand the boundaries of what they can when they're first born. You always get the craze of the world, let's call it that. But you also have the good side of the old days, let's call it that as well. So they just don't care. How can a 14-year-old already have 3 convictions of carrying a lethal weapon, a machete, and stabbing people, and they get towed off? You don't get the people that write these reports that really are aligned to those type of people to get them the minimum amount of strength and sculling. Why not bring back a form of, let's say, hard labour for them? Put them on the railways as they used to do. Make them suffer. That's what they need to have.
Well, it's a discussion that we should go into another time. We have in the past as well. David, thank you. Appreciate your call. John in Christchurch, afternoon.
Hello, Andy. The problem, following up from the previous caller, is that we have is the lack of police presence on our street above the beat. And it seems that the police cultures from the senior management has changed totally over the last few years.
But John, even if you had a bobby on every street corner in the capital, you'd still have to be careful about holding your mobile phone out.
Absolutely. People should be very wary. I'm extremely cautious. But the lack of police presence, it gives the signal to these hooligans of thieves on the street that they've got almost they're not going to get caught. They know they're not going to get caught. There's nobody around. It's just the shoplifting is the same. It's just lawlessness. And the government needs to step in and say to police superintendents, they must change their priorities, and they need to deprioritise this. The time we know that they are spending a fair amount of resource on non-crime, hate crime, policing mass, and that needs to be deprioritised. If you don't get the physical presence on the street right, then they have, cleaning up the social media should be the very bottom of the list. It's just shocking.
I think
they've got to change the priority.
Well, this is something that's come up from Ed as well. The same point, John. Thank you. I appreciate your call. Liz says this, Ali, we must start not to use phones in the street unless absolutely necessary. It is the only way. Walking along, reading texts and WhatsApp and playing games has to stop. It makes most people unaware of anything that is going on around them anyway, traffic included. So be safe and not sorry, says Liz in London. Liz, very sensible there. Thank you for all your calls, texts and questions and discussion. I'll be back with you tomorrow from midday again for more conversation. If you missed any of the show, you can listen back and catch up on Global Player and the brand new LBC app. You can stay up to date with all the latest news and opinion. Put the news in the categories in the order that you want. Pause and rewind live radio. Listen to a range of podcasts as well. Coming up at 6 on LBC with Natasha Devon. But first is Vanessa Fowler.
Thank you, Ali. Outside, Foreign Secretary David Lammy told LBC he suffers from imposter syndrome. Have you ever felt the same? Is it race, class, or background? At 4, medics working through the resident doctors' strike say patients are guaranteed to suffer cancelled appointments and treatment delays despite promises of business as usual. Do you still support the junior doctors? But first, President Trump has warned Europe better get its act together on immigration. He said you've got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening and that immigration is killing Europe. Is he right? Do you think immigration is killing this country? 0345 6060 973. This is LBC.
on your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock. Hundreds of protesters have gathered in Aberdeen to listen to speeches in opposition to Donald Trump's visit to Scotland. Elena Ivanova is one of the organisers.
Of course, we're not talking about completely breaking off with relations, especially when a figure like Donald Trump holds so much power. But we need to know what we are getting ourselves into. Donald Trump is not a reliable ally. And so there is space for collaboration with other leaders, other world leaders, to demand action from Donald Trump, not just appease him.
The US president's been on the golf course today in his first full day of a 5-day private trip. The UK will support airdrops of aid into Gaza. Sir Keir Starmer has spoken with French and German leaders today. They're supporting evacuation plans to help children in need of medical assistance. The move comes after more than 200 MPs wrote a letter to the Prime Minister urging him to recognise a Palestinian state. Laura Macon-Isherwood reports.
In a video message posted on X, Sir Keir Starmer set out his stance on whether he would recognise a Palestinian state.
It must be part of a wider plan, which ultimately results in a two-state solution and lasting security for Palestinians and Israelis.
It's a desperately needed step, he says, but it can't happen just yet.
Next, nearly 2 in every 5 mobile phones stolen in Europe are taken in the UK. Data from an insurance firm reveals most of the thefts are in London. Dr. Martin Gallagher, who specialises in organised crime, told LBC mobile phone theft is an international industry.
The amount of money you're talking about here, and when you get to a stage where this intelligence indicating people switching from drugs, which has been the main commodity, and you've got to see there's a sea change going on and something afoot. Street robbery in Britain wasn't that common until the ubiquity of the mobile phone. So there's a change going on in criminality here as well.
The Port of Dover says there are delays of over an hour for some ferry passengers. More than 40,000 cars are expected to pass through this weekend. It's the first of the summer holiday for many. And in rugby, the British and Irish Lions have won their test series with Australia. The 29-26 win in Melbourne earned them an unbeatable 2-0 lead. LBC weather: showers should ease, leaving a mostly dry night. Some fog patches, a mixture of sunshine and showers tomorrow with a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Sinead Carroll.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Vanessa Phelps.
Lovely LBC listener, very warm welcome to you, very good afternoon to you. How are you? I trust your weekend is delightful. I hope you're having a lovely melange of pleasure and leisure, but do allow me to disturb your peace, to agitate it just a little bit by asking what you make of President Trump's latest assertion: immigration is killing Europe. Just after touching down in Scotland for a 4-day private trip, Donald Trump was asked about his record on clamping down on illegal immigration. And this was the president's reply: you're not going to have Europe anymore. You've got to get your act together. Last month, we had nobody entering our country. Nobody. We shut it down. You've got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. Immigration, said the president, is killing Europe. And so I'm asking this afternoon if you share the president's perspective on this. Do you see the arrival of migrants on Britain's shores as, and I quote, a horrible invasion? Do you agree that the influx of migrants is killing Europe? What would you say killing Europe means? If I say to you, are migrants killing Europe, and your answer is yes, in what way? Can you explain to me? Can you say what you mean when you think that migrants are killing Europe, that immigration is killing Europe? I'm asking, do you agree that Trump's point of view is correct when he says you're not going to have Europe anymore? Do you think he's using inflammatory and hateful rhetoric to whip up prejudice against refugees and asylum seekers? Maybe you think he's showing no compassion, no understanding of the complexities which prompt people to uproot themselves and seek sanctuary
in safer countries. Maybe you think he's preaching a dangerous and divisive philosophy centered on xenophobia and fundamentally on racism. Or as far as you're concerned, is he simply telling it like it is? The truth, you may think, may be unpalatable, but it is still the truth. The facts are, if you want the actual facts, I have lots of them right now. The facts are that just a tiny fraction of migrants crossing the Channel into the United Kingdom are being brought to justice. Since Keir Starmer became Prime Minister a year ago, only 446 people have been charged with any immigration offence at all. Over the same period, a record 43,309 migrants reached Britain after crossing the Channel in more than 700 dinghies. The Prime Minister's promise to smash the gang seems to have amounted to less than nothing. Tory Justice spokesman Robert Jenrick said Keir Starmer boasted he would smash the gangs, but the gangs are laughing at him. They've never had it easier, and crossings are up 50% as a result. We're now heading towards being the illegal immigration capital of Europe, and it's clear Starmer is incapable of stopping the boats, and his backbenchers don't want him to. The country cannot go on like this. When Robert Jenrick asked the Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood how many individuals have been prosecuted for smuggling people on small boats, she replied, "I do not have those figures to hand, but I'm sure they are available if I can write to him with the details." Jenrick responded, she doesn't have a clue about one of the biggest challenges facing our country right now, and she shot back, had he paid any attention, he would know prosecutions do not fall within the Ministry of Justice. They are dealt with independently through the CPS. Now, I'm not sure, this is me speaking, Vanessa Fells, I'm not sure that any of this political backstabbing fills any of us with confidence that migration is under control or being satisfactorily dealt with. But I'm also not sure that you believe, as President Trump appears to, that immigration is killing Europe. Maybe you do. Perhaps you feel that your neighbourhood is already unrecognisable. Do you feel as if the essence of Great Britain is under threat? Migration is killing Britain. Or are you confident that we've always been a melting pot of different cultures, and we always will be, and with each new wave of residents brings another layer of interest and inspiration to that rich tapestry that we call this green and pleasant land? How do you feel about this? What do you make of this? 0345 6060973. Let's first ask John Vine, former UK Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration. Hello, John. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Hi, Vanessa.
So I wonder what your take is on the president's, extremely, let's say, vivid, you could say florid, you could say, insightful, not spelled like insight, but CITE, kind of a speech used to incite hatred and discord. What do you think?
Well, we know that this particular president actually says lots of things, and he talks, as he thinks, and so in using this sort of terminology, I'm not entirely sure. We have to just take it with a pinch of salt. First of all, he has made big inroads in reducing illegal immigration into the US. But the methods that the Americans have used have brought a lot of legal challenges. And of course, in many quarters, they've been accused, really, of acting not entirely within the law, but in terms of reducing the amount of illegal migration, it's worked.
And when he says nobody has entered our country, not one person, is that true? Is that poetic license or what?
Well, if you look at the figures for the US, they really are very low now. I mean, they have virtually stopped coming in.
And what have they done? What have they done that works then? And could we do the same? And should we do the same? What is it?
Well, I think what they've done is, first of all, they've enforced the law, and they've actually stopped people crossing the border physically as well through physical barriers. I just don't think in our democracy there's the political will to do anything like that. I mean, the Australians did this many years ago in turning the boats around. It was called Operation Sovereign Borders in 2012, and they made a great effort to prevent illegal migration, but they were castigated internationally, at the United Nations and elsewhere, but they had the political will to resist changing their philosophy. Now, I'm not entirely sure that our politicians would do that. Now, I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's, I think, a simple fact.
So therefore, when Robert Jenrick says that, it's clear Starmer's incapable of stopping the boats and his backbenchers don't want him to, do you think that's true, essentially? Because isn't that just exactly what you just said?
Well, this government's trying to do it, but of course the last government failed to do it. And so at the end of the day, last time we had a discussion, it was about the one in, one out scheme, if you remember.
Yes.
This new idea of creating a deterrent, because this government has finally realised that there has to be a deterrent, because just enforcing the rules, which they said they would do, and they have done, just won't work of itself. It doesn't address the pull factors which bring people to the UK. But in terms of immigration generally, remember, a lot of the people that we have coming into the UK start the health service, the social care sector, and they bring money into the university sector. And so there's a great argument for controlled immigration, lawful immigration, and of course we have, to help the economy and to look after people as we get older. We're an ageing society. And many people would say, well, we need people to come in, work and pay taxes, to help us, manage the fact that we're increasingly an older society.
So this idea of the president's hypothesis that immigration is killing Europe, do you understand what he means by it? Do you recognise that as a fact? No.
Well, I think the problem is, immigration is a very difficult subject to get your head around. It's not as simple. It doesn't lend itself to simple sound bites. So sound bites like smashing the gangs.
Do me a favour, just keep your phone still, because every time you move it, your voice comes in and out. I don't know what you're doing, but we can hear a tremendous difference in sound quality as you go about your business. So if you could stand still and keep your phone still, that'd be tremendous, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
It doesn't lend itself to simple sound bites like smashing the gangs and killing Europe. What we have is a large number of people coming to the UK legally. We have a much smaller number of people arriving in the UK illegally. And I think what really people are concerned about is that nobody's, in terms of the illegal migration to UK, those people aren't following the rules. But it is a fact that when those people's claims for asylum are assessed by the Home Office, a very high percentage of those people are granted asylum in the UK. Now, I think what we need to do, I think what people want is a very clear view from government about what is the total need for immigration, which sectors is immigration required for. They have a migration advisory committee of experts to help them decide that. And then people would like the rules to be enforced fairly. And that's what most governments try to do, but I don't think there's a feeling at the moment that that's happening in the UK.
John, thank you very much indeed. Let me go to Sundar Katwala, who is director of the British Future think tank and author of the book How to Be a Patriot. Sundar, thank you for joining me. Hi, I can see his face smiling on the screen in the studio. Tell me about what the President Trump has said. Migration is killing Europe, and you've got to, look to basically saving yourselves from this, as he said, horrible invasion. What do you think of that?
Well, we're going to be hearing a lot more from Donald Trump because after his visit to the golf courses, he's come back for a state visit. I think people are sceptical about Donald Trump's approach being right for us, because I think there are two different ways to make this kind of argument. One is to talk about the pressures of high immigration. Is it too high? How do you get control? Who do you want? Who do you not want? And so on. That is a reasonable argument to have. The other one is to talk about suicide, national death, killing Europe. You won't have Europe anymore. That is more than dog whistle to an argument that is fundamentally saying it's national suicide if you have migration and diversity in your society. What's underneath that is the idea that some people, ethnic minorities, Muslims, can never be British, and that it will kill you if you ever try to have a diverse society. That is the extreme argument that people believe in the Great Replacement.
Except, do you remember when there was that very, very large, unheralded influx of Eastern Europeans? Very many Polish people came, lots of people came from Eastern Europe. And do you remember that the official responsible had done some calculation on the back of a bus ticket and got the numbers completely wrong? And I was presenting a phone-in show on BBC at the time, all the way through it, and people would ring in, and they sounded like genuine people who were just going about their business, and they would say that the whole nature and essence of the place they'd lived in all their lives in this country had changed. Suddenly, there were an overwhelming number of people who didn't speak their language. Suddenly, there were a whole lot of shops selling food that they didn't recognise. Suddenly, you couldn't get an English paper, but you could get a paper that was in an Eastern European language they couldn't decipher. On the bus, the atmosphere was different. Just everything about their life had they felt change, and everything about the area that they called home they felt had changed. And I wonder what you think about that. I wonder whether that's what President Trump is saying when he says killing.
Yeah. No, I think when he says killing, he's talking about, you won't exist anymore, and I think he's never replaced that boundary. I'm trying to make a distinction between what I think is the mainstream argument that people can make, that the numbers are too high, that when the pace of change is too fast, it can put pressure on services, that it can feel too fast, you don't know if people are going to integrate or not. And these are reasonable points to make, as opposed to these people will always be a danger to us kind of argument. And I think a really good test of that, I got two tests of that. One is when you make that argument, could it seem fair? How do we handle the pressures, handle the pace, get the numbers right? Could it sound fair to someone whose parents were a migrant, who was a migrant themselves, who'd been there all along, was only on one side? Because, people are like me, my parents are migrants from Indian Island many years ago. I could say, yes, we need to handle the pressures well, we need to handle the gains. But I can't agree with an argument that says Britain will never be Britain if there are Polish or Muslim or Asian people in it. The question is, what is the right pace and what is the right policy to make migration work fairly and to make integration work? So I think there are reasonable and extreme versions of the argument, and the ones that were about national suicide. Enoch Powell said this 50 years ago. My dad arrived that very week, actually, so maybe Enoch should have got better reported in India. But Enoch Powell wasn't just saying my dad has to go. He was saying there'll be a matter of national suicide if Sundar Katwala is born here, because people like that, they'll always be one thing or the other. They'll never be able to be British. So I think the argument about how do you handle it well, which can include getting the numbers down, is different from the existential argument that it's national suicide.
And you don't feel that there might be some communities who are less keen to integrate, and some people who, although they live in this country, harbour a hatred and hostility towards it, don't like the very kind of spirit of it, although taking shelter here and enjoying the economic opportunities, are brewing a kind of deadly hatred that people legitimately fear.
I make a distinction between saying, let's be clear about what the rights and expectations are, learn the language, play by the rules, pay your taxes, get a job, integrate, and then your kids shouldn't be discriminated against. And we'll see if people do that. If people say, fine, but I'm not applying that to Nigerians or Muslims or Romanians, because they'll never do that. I mean, I don't want to say, let's discriminate against Nigerians. I want to say, if Kemi Badenoch comes to this country, let's find out about Kemi Badenoch, let's find out about her group. So I think it's prejudiced to judge people by the group. Of course, people are changing cultures, bringing up their children. We know that children do really, really well in our education system. We also know that integration takes time and it takes work on both sides.
Appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much indeed. Nice talking to you this afternoon. That's Sundar Katwala there. All right, taking your calls on this 10345 6060 973. I'm sure by now you heard what President Trump said. I'll just tell you one more time. You're not going to have Europe anymore. You've got to get your act together. Last month, we had nobody entering our country. Nobody. We shut it down. You've got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. Immigration is killing Europe. And I'm asking, do you share that perspective, or do you find it absolutely horrifying? 345 6060 970, or maybe somewhere in the middle. I'm Vanessa Feltz. This is LBC, and the time is 3:18.
This is LBC.
Last month, NutriCircle customers bought Mighty Core protein powder for less than a fiver, but you missed out. Grab this month's deals at nutricircle.co.uk.
So, what are you watching at the moment? Squid Game, Dad.
Let's watch it together this weekend. That'd be nice. What's it on again?
Netflix. You've got ETV, so you just switch it on. What season are we up to?
Oh, that's Stranger Things, Mum.
And what about the kids? Don't worry, they'll watch Cocomelon for the 100th time.
Switch on Netflix with EETV, plus change up sports and entertainment. It's TV with the ultimate flex for the whole thing.
EETV requires EE broadband. Separate 24-month contracts for TV broadband. Content may vary, terms apply.
Lotto's £11 million jackpot must be won this Saturday, or thousands of you will win a share of the prize. Lotto, play on app. Estimated jackpot, prizes rounded down to the nearest £1. Rules apply, 18+.
Calling all little explorers. I hope the Squishmallows is on. Who are your little one finding their happy meal? Will they chill out with Cam on the beach? Or rock on with Hallie? Some fun, some food, it's all inside this happy meal. Until the 25th of August from 11 a.m, Squishmallows comprise toys only, subject to availability. Fair ordering policy applies.
Chase is the digital bank that could boost your savings.
Ooh, tell me more.
When you join Chase, you could earn 5% AER variable. That includes a 2.25% AER fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yep. Our savings boost could help you reach your goals, like that dream holiday or a weekend getaway. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase Boosted Saver. Offer may be withdrawn at any time. 18 plus UK residents available to new current account customers for the first 31 days. Eligibility applies. 4.89% gross. Terms apply.
Save this summer with Lidl. Our mini mix has something for everyone. With a pack of 12 Bon Gelati ice creams down to just $2.45 with Lidl Plus. That's how you master a meltdown. Download Lidl Plus and start saving this summer today.
18 plus GB only while stocks last. Terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LBTV. Offer ends 30th of July.
Vanessa Phelps on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Welcome back. We're taking your calls on this. Let's start with Andrew in Walthamstow. Hi, Andrew. Thanks for ringing.
Hello there. Yes, we are in total destruction, or headed for total destruction. And the reason why I'm saying that is I live near Epping.
Yes.
I have never seen Epping as a very peaceful town. It has totally changed because of fear. If you go around shopping to these supermarkets, DIY places, there are illegal immigrants. And I'm protest to the illegal immigrants. There have to be about 50 or 60 people in 3 other places that are picking up illegal work. You have that.
And just explain. Can you describe a little bit more about when you say it's threatening, it's frightening? So they're illegal migrants. They're picking up illegal work. How is it? Maybe against the law, but is it frightening to be around it? In what way?
It is because they do not speak English. They are not well educated.
How do you know? How do you know if they're educated? They can't speak English.
Because I've hired them.
You've hired them. So they're illegal, but you've hired them.
Yes, because it's cheap labour. There's a hotel up in Old Street with 2 people I know very well.
Yeah.
Most of the time they're hanging out in their rooms playing with the PlayStation that they give them. They do nothing else.
But why is that frightening? I don't understand, because you said it's frightening.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
We are following what's happened in Germany. Germany brought in a lot of migrants. There were rapes. There were stabbings. There was violence there.
But have you been aware of this in Epping?
In Epping, I have been aware of gangs hanging out in Epping. Yes. If you have a look what else is going on in Europe, you have Greece.
But this is such an extraordinary conversation because you've said, freely and clearly that you have taken advantage of their cheap labour. So in a way, you would imagine that you would consider that they were a real boon to you. They were a benefit to you if you've employed them, these people.
No, not at all. I don't particularly want to hire these people.
Well, you don't have to, do you?
But we're talking about violence and feeling threatened.
But once you hired them, did you find them threatening and violent when they were working for you?
No.
What kind of work? What sort of work were they doing? What do you do?
In the market, unskilled.
Right, so unskilled work in the market, but you were pleased to give it to them because they're cheaper than...
I saw them later that evening when I dropped them off.
Yes.
All going into the liquor store, coming out with beers and bits and pieces, all to get drunk.
But lots of British people do that. You might say that's absolutely part of British culture. You do your work, you get paid, you go and get drunk. I mean, lots of people listening to us right now talking. We're going to do exactly the same thing. Surely that's a liberty and freedom that we do have here if we want to do it.
It's also a fact that the illegal immigrants are 40 more times for crime and have been arrested. That is the fact given out by police forces.
So what exactly is your point? Because obviously you've employed these people because they're cheap labour. You've seen them spend money on alcohol, which is perfectly legal, and nobody's opposed to that in general. It's one of our freedoms. You've also seen them on PlayStation through the window of the hostel that they're living in, but I'm not sure what your point is exactly.
Obviously, they live up to 40 times more. They're 40 times likely.
I don't think we can verify that, and I've got the team looking now to see if we can verify 40 times more, and we can't verify it. We've got a whole news team here looking at every bit of technology to see if we can see any evidence for 40 times more, and we can't. Where did you get that figure from?
LBC.
I wonder which show that was. We don't think so. We don't think we're responsible for that figure, promulgating that particular figure, but we appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed for ringing. Rather an interesting call there from a gentleman who did give these people, these workers, employment, but some seem to also say that they're criminals and frightening, but nevertheless employ them because they're very good value for money. Let's go to Noah in Morden. Hi, Noah. What do you think of this?
Hiya. I just think that it's sort of like I think that it's sort of purposefully distressful to try and blame all the problems that we've got on immigrants, because it's like people, like you got the politicians and these lots of incredibly rich people telling you, oh, the reason why groceries are more expensive, the reason why you can't buy a house is because some Indian guy moved in down the road, or the cashier at the shop had a bit of an accent. But that's not the problem. I
don't know. Is anyone saying that anymore? That sounds very 1970s to me. I don't think anyone is really saying it like that anymore, are they? That sounds very old-fashioned.
Like that, among a lot of other things. Like, let's say the person before was saying that they're coming here and they're committing crimes. I don't know if this information is completely up to date, but I saw something from a while ago, I can't remember from exactly where, but it was saying that immigrants per person commit fewer crimes than British-born people, which does make more sense, because it's like, especially if you're illegal, you come here, you're not going to want to commit a crime.
What do you make of what I'm specifically asking is a response, to what the president has literally just said, and that is that immigration is killing Europe. That we are, we're kind of standing by as this happens. I just want to know whether you think that's true, whether you think it's grossly inflammatory, whether you think it's inaccurate, whether you agree with it, whether you're worried about it, how you feel about what he just said.
I'd say that's wrong, and he probably knows it, because what do you mean killing? It's what problems have we got in Europe? We've got housing crises, and it's like, that's not the fault of immigrants. Like I was saying, there's more houses for homeless people. And it's like, what problem are they giving? Because it's the only thing that it's a response to is well,
you might say, one of the things you might say is 43,000 people have arrived illegally since Keir Starmer became Prime Minister, and 43,000 people therefore have to be accommodated in this country, and they have to be housed, and they have to have medical attention, and they have to be treated in a humane, civil, decent manner, and it's very, very expensive. And as we know, lots of them have been put in hotels and hostels, and then some of the people who live in the areas nearby feel all kinds of different things about it, either with or without justification, depending on your perspective, I suppose.
Okay.
Very, very expensive, we know that.
Okay, so we've got 43,000 people come to the country who were then able to work and pay taxes.
Well, they're not while they're waiting to be assessed.
No, but what I'm saying is we've got the houses to put those people in.
Have we?
Well, like I was saying before, we've got 11 times more houses for homeless people, and those are just sitting empty, and the government's paying to put those people in hotels. That's not what you should do. Because that's obviously going to be more expensive than just putting people in empty houses. If you got, it's like with Keir's construction plan, because if you got empty houses and you've got people that need to go into houses, whether they be homeless British people or immigrants that are waiting to be processed, you've got empty houses, you've got people that need houses. You don't build more houses to put the people without houses in. You put the people in the houses that are already empty.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for calling. Sue says, hello, Vanessa. There is no way anyone can deny what Donald Trump has said about immigration destroying Europe, but mostly the UK. This is the soft touch country that they all want to come to. People in this country are totally fed up. And John says he was referring to illegal migration, not normal migration. There is a huge difference. And I did say it was illegal immigration because I said that he was asked about his record on clamping down on illegal immigration. And he replied, you're not going to have Europe anymore. You've got to get your act together. Last month, we had nobody entering our country. Nobody. We shut it down. We've got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. And in his exact words, immigration is killing Europe. That's what he said.
So I think he's referring to illegal immigration, but he does spread his tentacles quite widely when he speaks, doesn't he? President Trump doesn't mince his words, as you might say. All right, we continue to take your calls on that 10345 6060 973. I'm Vanessa Feltz. This is LBC. The time 3:30, which means it's time for the news with Sinead Carroll. The UK will support airdrops of aid into Gaza. Sir Keir Starmer spoke with French and German leaders today. They're supporting evacuation plans to help children in need of medical assistance. The US president is playing golf at his resort in Ayrshire during a 5-day private visit to Scotland. Hundreds of protesters have gathered in Aberdeen and Edinburgh, demonstrating their opposition to the trip. Patients whose appointments are cancelled during strikes should be rescheduled within 2 weeks. NHS England is warning that a 5-day walkout by many resident doctors will have a knock-on effect for patients. It's day 2 of the strikes, which are about pay. And a £20,000 reward has been offered in exchange for information about a fatal stabbing in East London. It's a year since 20-year-old Imran Maroof died in Plashett Park in Newham. LBC weather: showers should ease, leaving a mostly dry night with some fog patches, a mixture of sunshine and showers tomorrow, and a high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC.
Getting in the festival groove again. Cocktail making on a weekend away. Those flying lessons you dreamt about. These are the sounds of vintage cash cow customers celebrating the money they made when we bought their old and wanted items. Sound good? Then have your free postage pack by texting BOX to 80011 to be in with a chance of winning one of 10 £1,000 cash prizes. T's and C's apply. Sign up by the 1st of September.
The people of Britain love their ice baths. They've bought loads of them. With the Barclaycard Platinum, they could also save with 0% interest for up to 24 months on purchases, which is a nice, warm feeling. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Subject to financial status, T's and C's and exclusions apply. Check if you're eligible at barclaycard.co.uk. Representative example, 24.9% APR representative variable, and 24.9% purchase rate per annum based on a £1,200 credit limit.
So, close your eyes, picture the scene. Just you and me, alone, enjoying breakfast on our own little island. Sounds perfect, right?
Yeah.
Great, because I've booked Wix to design our new kitchen.
At Wix, we have over 70 kitchen styles to choose from, with prices from under £3,000 to over £20,000. And with our spend and save offer, there's up to 50% off kitchen units. Book a free design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
Cruise into summer with Marshall Motor Group's sizzling summer bonus. Part exchange your existing car and get an extra £500 towards your next one. New or used, we have 20 of the biggest and best car brands to choose from. And with over 130 stores across England, chances are we're just around the corner. To find your nearest store and get your sizzling £500 part exchange bonus, visit marshall.co.uk today. Marshall, great cars right up your street. Offer ends 3rd of August, terms apply. See marshall.co.uk/bonus.
This is LBC with Vanessa Feltz. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
And we're continuing to discuss Donald Trump's comments as he arrived in Scotland, talking about migration in Europe. He says it's killing Europe. And Europe is threatened with extinction because of it. I wonder whether you agree. We'll take your calls and we'll come quickly to you, 0345 6060 973. But before we do, we want to discuss the American president's arrival in Scotland, and major security operations ramping up as Donald Trump begins a 4-day private visit to Scotland. He arrived at Prestwick Airport yesterday evening and stayed at his luxury golf resort, Trump Turnberry in South Ayrshire. And we're going to catch up on what's going on with LBC Scotland correspondent Alan Szynski, who's joining us from Trump Turnberry. Hello, Alan. Thanks for joining me.
Not a problem at all. Delighted to be on. Delighted to be at Trump Turnberry today. It's been a day of a lot of excitement.
Can you describe it for us? Because we keep hearing about it and hearing about it. We don't really know what it's like though. What is it like?
It is, the best way to describe it is, think of one of the most luxurious hotels you can imagine and sort of plonk it down in the middle of the wilderness of Scotland, down by the windy sea. That's what you're looking at. So 18 holes of links golf in front of this massive, huge hotel really cream-coloured buildings, big orange-topped roofs, and big manors behind it as well.
I must say, you're selling it. It sounds absolutely gorgeous. Really does.
Donald Trump will give me a job.
Gosh, I'm in Leicester Square in London, full of litter and tourists and noise and smells and crowds, and gosh, that sounds absolutely magnificent. So tell me first about the security operation and then about what's going on there.
Yeah, well, the security operations on another scale, as you can imagine. I mean, they are looking after the leader of the free world, the President of the United States of America. So it's everything you would imagine and more. Pretty much every single security agency is here. Obviously, the police, the army, the navy, the secret service. They've all been involved over the last few days. Apparently the biggest operation, or one of the biggest security operations to ever take place in Scotland. You cannot really move around this actual town of Turnberry, any of the side streets, without seeing high vis.
We lost him at Scotland, you see, the wilds and wildernesses of Ayrshire. We lost you for a minute. Are you back?
I am, I hope so. Maybe it's signal blockers.
All we heard was high vis, and then you suddenly disappeared. We didn't know what had happened. Carry on.
Yes, well, high-vis officers was what I was meaning it to say. There's, they're pretty much down every single side street. And what was been really spectacular was when this operation was trying to allow Donald Trump to play golf this morning, because they obviously had to make sure he was playing golf, but in a safe manner away from threats. So you had a huge sweep being carried out on the fairways by the army with metal detectors, sniffer dogs. You then had a huge convoy of, I'm not kidding, at least 20 golf carts behind Donald Trump's golf carts, full of Secret Service agents. Absolute spectacle here.
And what's happening over the next few days?
Well, next few days, he is again going to be playing golf tomorrow, can you believe it? But he is then also going to be meeting the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. She confirmed that on X last night. It seems to have been quite hastily arranged, but she's flying into Scotland to meet him. The Prime Minister's coming up here on Monday. Imagine we'll see lots of smiling and shaking hands. And then Donald Trump will be travelling up to Aberdeenshire to his other golf resort there, where he's opening a second golf course.
Well, thank you very much indeed for keeping us up to date. Alan Szynski there, LBC Scotland correspondent. Let's go to Brent in Derby on the line. Hi, Brent.
Hello. I heard everyone that the son of a migrant is condemning migrants. It's the oldest chicken book, isn't it? You take any generation of people, it's in human nature. People migrate. This British Empire was built on migration, both forced and voluntary. America was built on migration. This is just really him saying this fiscal placement theory, which I'm saying will have traction. What I'd be more concerned about is the bad faith actors and how weaponized migration is becoming with social media. There's always going to be people that don't like migrants. It doesn't matter what country you go to, it's inherent in human nature. Sure, the Neanderthals didn't like it when our ancestors arrived over at the last decade. It's just who we are as species. We always look at others and say we don't like them. But there's a pattern. It's always the son or daughters of migrants that actually the ones who give it back more. They're insecure. Donald Trump's a classic example. Hitler was an Austrian, led Germany. Stalin was Georgian, led Russia. Tommy Robinson, his mother was Irish, and he lives in Spain. You always find these people always trying too hard to fit in and say, here, look, I've been here generations, when they're actually just only around. Trump's mother was a Scottish crofter who spoke Gaelic.
Tell me, when you, sorry to interrupt you, Brent, but when you say the replacement theory, just in case people aren't au fait with it, what would you say the replacement theory is?
This is this far-right propaganda that you're seeing perpetuated, saying that Europe has been replaced by people coming from Africa, Islamic world, a bit, and that is what you're seeing, these patriotic alternative people putting flyers around. You've been outbred, you've been overtaken, they're swamping us. And morality is not true, because there is something about migration that goes the other way. If he wants to say migration is killing Europe, I'd actually agree with him in one way. Migration out of Europe by Europeans. Because ironically, that's been happening since the New World's been discovered. How many Europeans are leaving and being replaced? So the other side of migration, ironically, buying the likes of these people who are just basically making it intolerable to live in a country where you have fascist views which are frankly becoming mainstream.
Tell me about the people though who live in the different places around this country where migrants are housed in larger numbers, in hotels, in hostels, and there is a kind of friction, and there is a resentment, and they feel as if the problem, which they do consider to be a problem, is right there where they're living, and that other people have the luxury of theorizing about it and talking about their philosophy towards it, but they don't, because they're right there, and it's happening right there in their town, in their village, and many of them are fine with it, of course, and some of them are not, and some of them feel that it's changing the tone and the mood and the atmosphere of a place that's always been home to them. And some of them think these people, it's not their fault they're not able to work, that's not their fault, but many of them are working illegally, they feel that they don't know who these people are, they feel that they've destroyed their papers on the way over, so nobody knows who they are, how old they are, where they come from, whether they have a criminal record or not, and they say they feel genuinely threatened by these people. And then when they say these people, it's the people that they know who stay in that hotel or that hostel. What would your response be to people who are living there and say they're not happy?
I live less than a quarter mile from two hotels. I have children, and we've integrated them into the local community. We have them boat camping, we have them do DIY. We're picking lit in our local park. So these migrants are being lit on local park from our local people.
Right.
We got to know some of them, we heard the stories. They are from doctors, lawyers, teachers, dentists from countries which, unfortunately, because of our foreign policy, are here because of foreign policy that needs to be more ethical. But I understand people's fears, because that's the point, is we always fear, and people always will fear, that you go back to the time of the potato famine in Ireland, people feared an influx of Irish migrants. You mentioned about Eastern Europe about 25 years ago, we heard that. Every generation has this issue. What is different, and I will be honest, is the scale. This has not happened on this scale, so I understand.
And do you not feel, sorry to interrupt you, but otherwise I don't know whether I can stop talking, so I have to try. Do you feel, well I do, because I can't, obviously I don't know what happened, I can't imagine the length of the paragraph that you're preparing to deliver, so I had to try and speak to you. So I want to know, isn't scale absolutely vitally significant in all of this? Isn't scale materially changing the essence of it because it's so much?
Yes, it is, but that has always been the case for this country, because ever since this island has been an island, the country has always evolved and changed. The English language is what it is, the culture, the music, the brilliance of it. Look at our sporting teams, the British and Irish Lions, just defeated Australia, were actually migrants in the team. It's who this country is, it's what this country is. However, the scale is too fast, and that's what I would agree with people's fears, that is being used and manipulated to make the situation worse.
Okay, let's assume that you're very convincing, because you are actually very convincing, I think so anyway. Let's assume people might agree with you. They might think it's a problem of scale rather than a problem of essence. And if it is a problem of scale, what do you think should be done to curb or curtail or delay or do something rather to kind of lessen the impact?
Well, you look at what drives migration is push and pull factors. People are pushed out of their countries because their countries are badly governed, the way their countries are, ethical foreign policy, climate change. And then you look at the pull factors. People are pulled into a country because of its language, its perception. So we need to tackle that at both ends, rather than just this idea of a deterrent against migration. As a person who's migrated myself, deterrents don't work. Human beings find a way, don't they, Vanessa? Migration has been part of our human nature since we left the Rift Valley. So we need to look at the drivers of migration, and one of those drivers is people leaving and the people coming in replacing the people leaving. So we need to keep some of our brightest and best, and Europe needs to keep its brains running from happening. Ironically, I think with people like Donald Trump's parents who left America, they need to stop leaving Europe to go to other countries so that these people come in and replace them. And that's one of the untalked things about migration, is the record numbers of people leaving is then fueling the record numbers of people coming in.
Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to John in Bristol. Hi, John.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what I can say now.
I thought he was an interesting guy, that Brenton Darby. That's why I let him talk for so long. Well, more or less.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, he's basically touched on a lot of what I wanted to say. I mean, I think one of the things I can add in to lower the tone, unfortunately, is that I think we've got used to these sort of silly comments from this individual over the years now that he's been around and at the front of the papers and the news. But I think, again, the last quarter's hit it on the head. I mean, America's built on migration. That's exactly what it is. I think Europe was built on migration. I think everything we have and do, I mean, I think without being able to paraphrase it well, there's a comedy sketch, isn't it, that says being British is waking up to drive a German car, to work for
And
an
have your
American
favourite dish is
company
chicken tikka masala, obviously. You all know that.
Yeah,
It's delicious. We love it.
And it's exactly. So I think for me, it's a very empty comment. I think there's a lot of politics around migration at the moment. I think we touched on the point of the amount at the moment, but what do you do? That would be my question.
What do you do? If we think that scale and magnitude and speed is the problem rather than the issue itself, how do we ameliorate that problem? Because the feeling of living somewhere and suddenly there is a large influx of people from elsewhere, and you feel as if the key to your life has changed suddenly. The conversation's changed, the look of it's changed, the smell of the food has changed, the shops have changed, everything's changed, and you feel, gosh, kind of displaced, replaced, whatever it is. That isn't a pleasant feeling. It isn't, is it?
But I don't know if I agree with that.
You don't?
No, I don't. I don't think anyone's being replaced. I think, look, when we went through Brexit, I mean, we had the lorry drivers, we had a call out where we had a shortage because a lot of the Polish were feeling isolated and pushed out during that period. We won't go into the unfortunate sort of stories that happened during that period. But the reality is, unfortunately, there is a truth to be said that people in this country aren't necessarily standing up to do the harder jobs. Now, look, maybe they don't pay the greatest and what have you, but no one's jumping at them. And I think there are people that have come from a lot less that are willing to put a lot more into what will grow this country in the future than the people that are already here that have a sense of entitlement that they should have more. And I'm not saying that everyone doesn't deserve more. I think this goes with the doctor strikes and links to so many things in this country at the moment. But the reality is you've got to put yourself on the front line first. You've got to get into a role first. And then you're either comfortable in that position or you move on. So the fact of being left behind, I think, is absolutely... It makes no sense to me.
All right, John, thank you so much. All right, we're going to take a break. We've got less than 15 minutes to run on this subject. John just mentioned the doctor strike. We're talking about that in a few minutes' time at 4 o'clock. But first, more of your calls on what Donald Trump has said, and I wonder whether you agree with him. 0345 606 0973. I'm Vanessa Feltz. This is LBC, and the time 3:46.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
At the moment, the music stopped at a Taylor Swift dance class, and 3 little girls were to lose their lives.
A man has been arrested following reports of a stabbing attack in Southport.
Now, chillingly, with tensions running high, could we be looking at a return of last summer's lawlessness? And as for the politicians, is it again just words and warnings?
Southport must be a line in the sand.
Join me, Nick Ferrari, next week as we mark the Southport killings 1 year on.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast, back Monday morning from 7. Listen on your radio, on Global Player, and the new LBC app.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Got any tips for the football? Your best bet is to head over to Bet Victor. They're giving new customers a terrific welcome offer. If you bet a minimum of £10, they'll give you £30 in free bets. Oh, that's a steal of a deal. It's a good darn deal that'll make you squeal for real. Neil? My name's not Neil. I know, but it rhymes. Listen to that. Make your best bet on the football at Bet Victor. 18 plus, opt in and bet on any football marketing at odds of evens or greater. No cash out, 7-day expiry. Terms and conditions apply. Gambleaware.org.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with Well Kid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The Well Kid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com. So, close your eyes, picture the scene. Just you and me, alone, enjoying breakfast on our own little island. Sounds perfect, right?
Yeah.
Great, because I've booked Wix to design our new kitchen.
At Wix, we have over 70 kitchen styles to choose from, with prices from under £3,000 to over £20,000. And with our spend and save offer, there's up to 50% off kitchen units. Book a free design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply.
Lotto's £11 million jackpot must be won this Saturday, or thousands of you will win a share of the prize. Lotto, play on app. Estimated jackpot, prizes rounded down to the nearest £1. Rules apply, 18 plus.
Car loans. You could be owed thousands in compensation. If you bought a car on finance from 2007 onwards, it may have been sold with hidden commissions. Text CLAIM to 86688. My Claim Group.
Authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority, you don't need to use the CMC. You can claim direct to your lender and the Financial Ombudsman for free. Text CLAIM to 86688.
Housemaid Simple.
Vanessa Phelps on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
And online, Pauline in Ruislip. Hi, Pauline. Thanks for ringing.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hello. Tell me about what Donald Trump says. Is he exaggerating? Is he causing friction and hatred, or is it true?
I think it's true. I've seen my area change, but especially since Brexit, I think, funnily enough, and after COVID, there's been a dramatic change. But as an example, I took a bus yesterday to visit an old friend in Ealing and went through some areas that I hadn't been through for a long time, namely Northolt, Perivale, Greenford.
Yes.
For the whole entire journey, I was the only white person on the bus. People getting on were mainly, there was an awful lot of Somalians in the costume. I was dumbfounded that on the streets as well, there seemed to be no white people. The streets were covered in litter. The shops had all changed. There's no nice shops anymore. It's all halal shops, takeaways.
And we're talking about Ealing, Perivale, where else we're talking about?
Greenford.
Greenford, right.
Great swathes of the areas. And I'm not someone who actually objects to multiculturalism, but it seems to me like a complete it doesn't seem to be multiculturalism at all.
What does it seem like?
Multiculturalism is a combination of different cultures. This seems predominantly Pakistan, Somalian, Muslim cultures in these areas, rather than, I didn't see any Chinese people. I didn't see many even people that looked European. So it isn't really multiculturalism when you put it like that. And the trouble is, it's changed so rapidly, it actually makes me very emotional and upset. And that's not because I'm a racist person, because I'm actually, I'm half Irish, half Italian. So it's not because of that. But when you see the area that you grew up in and that you knew and loved change beyond recognition and not for the better. And I'd like to add as well that the sort of people I saw, a lot of them didn't seem to be the type of people that would even be contributing to the economy.
What do you mean by that? What were they doing?
Well, just in the terms that the full sort of get up of the whole, dressed in black with the hijab. I can't see those sort of people actually going to work.
Well, we're also hearing about those, as you put it, those sorts of people who go to work and it's, would it be possible to be a doctor and keep your hijab on? Would it be possible to be, or niqab on, or would it be possible to be a teacher? And, so we know that the people from different cultures are busily working.
Well, I suppose that's true.
And we do hear that quite often.
Yeah.
And so, but can I just ask you something? So you're on the bus and you, as far as you're aware, you're the only white person on the bus.
Yes.
And you're driving, and you're being driven through places that are familiar to you, that you've known since you were a child, and you're feeling as if you're the kind of lone white person on the bus.
And it makes you want to cry.
And it makes you want to cry. Okay, so do you mind explaining why? What is it that you're feeling when this is happening? Are you feeling lonely?
Lonely, feel like I'm in a foreign country, feel that I'm in the third world rather than the filth, the dirt, the destitution, just the whole decay of the country, particularly Greater London. The trouble is, obviously, not the whole country is like it, but they all seem to be happening, taking over certain areas, and it's the feeling you've been taken over. It's not the feeling of multiculturalism. It's the feeling that the area has been completely taken over, and that's how. I can't help how I feel. That's how I feel.
I wouldn't expect you to help how you feel.
Can I just add, I got to the final destination, met up with friends, had something to eat. On the short walk back from the restaurant to Ealing Broadway tube station, there was a huge fight that broke out. Again, I'm not going to say the ethnicity of the people. Within 5 minutes of that, got to the station, and suddenly all these security guards were running forward. People had jumped the barriers, and the guy turned around and slapped the security guard right around the face.
Wow.
Again, not and then not one sign of a police our police officer anywhere on the street patrol any of it.
So when you got home, what was your overall feeling from the whole?
Quite emotional, to be honest. And I just thought to myself today, I mean, my area, it hasn't changed completely, but obviously I've seen big changes, especially in the last few years. And it just hurt my feelings to think that this area that I live in might actually be spreading out so rapidly. I don't know what I'll do, what choice I'll be left with if that happens, because it's not going to be somewhere I want to remain.
So
and I know a lot of my friends and peers and people I know would feel exactly the same, unfortunately.
So the phrase white flight that we're all familiar with, you understand it, you relate to it, and it might be something that you yourself would do, even though you're half Italian. You might do it.
Yeah, completely. Because
you would feel that you stand out instead of being part of it.
It's everything, Vanessa.
But on the subject of the rubbish, though, that's not. Is it the fault of the community that lives there? Well, where's the council picking up the rubbish, though?
I don't know, but suddenly there's all this fly-cutting taking place that never used to happen. It never used to happen. This used to be such a respectable area. Suddenly there's people just dumping on carpets in the middle of the street. They're dumping on tables and chairs in the middle of the street.
You feel as if it's a way of behaving that isn't a kind of British way of behaving. You see people behaving in a way that you're not used to seeing people behave. Well, this is what I tried to describe to my guest at the beginning of the programme, that your call is very similar to the sorts of calls I got after the large influx of people from Eastern Europe, when people phoned and said very much, it's almost word for word what you've just said, that in an area that they're very, very familiar with, they suddenly felt desperately unfamiliar, they felt in the minority, they felt overwhelmed, they felt that the spirit, the essence of the kind of life they used to live had somehow disappeared. All of a sudden, it felt very, very sudden at that point. And you're saying something very similar, really, although I wonder whether it's been gradual rather than sudden. I'm not sure. What do you think?
I've seen in the last couple of years, I don't know whether it's since Brexit, because it all backfired and Boris made a terrible cock up with the whole thing, or whether it's since COVID, it seems to have got much worse.
I don't know.
I mean, since the Blair years.
So when you see, I tried to ask my guest at the beginning of the show, when President Trump said Europe is dying or Europe will be killed or whatever it is, I'll just get the script exactly what he said now. You're not going to have Europe anymore. You've got to get your act together. Immigration is killing Europe, he said. And I wondered, I said at the very beginning of the programme, I said to my guest, is that what he means? Does he mean that people will feel that the essence of the place they lived in, the place they know, their home, their familiar home, has changed and has effectively been killed? That's
how I would take it.
And that's what I wondered, if that's what he meant by that. And
that's how I would interpret what he is saying, yes.
Right. Well,
it does actually, to those of us that care about the area we live in, it is quite emotional. It does make me quite emotional.
And if anyone was to say to you, are you racist? Are you xenophobic? Do you hate people for being who they are? What would you say?
My best friend is West Indian descent. My first cousin's mixed race.
So
I deal with people of all walks of life in my job. It is literally feeling the minority, feeling like the whole area's changed beyond recognition. You don't recognise it anymore. It's more of the whole. I don't know. I can't describe the feeling that you get. And it's not personal against anything personal. Because I'm very I have strong feelings about people being persecuted in their own country.
Yes, I can't pretend that I haven't taken many calls that sound very, very similar to yours, and therefore I think it has to be a perspective that feels valid when people tell their story. I can't try to argue you out of feeling the way you feel, because that's how you feel. And I imagine that lots of people listening to you will feel that you felt that way with excellent reason. I'm sure some people won't, but I'm sure some people will. And I really appreciate the honesty, the sincerity of the call. Thank you very much indeed. All right, let me tell you what's coming up in the next hour. Completely different question. Medics working through the doctor's strike say patients are guaranteed to suffer cancelled appointments and treatment delays, despite promises of business as usual from health chiefs. In pursuit of salary hikes worth up to £20,000, resident doctors began their walkout yesterday, with West Streeting saying that patients are set to experience untold misery. He's the health secretary, he should know. The strike could cause 250,000 NHS appointments to be axed or postponed, and it may cost the NHS £87 million in staffing cover. So I'm asking, Are you still broadly sympathetic to the junior doctors, the now called resident doctors, or do you think this strike is one step too far? 0345 6060 973. This is LBC.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock. There have been demonstrations with hundreds of protesters gathering in opposition to the US president's visit to Scotland. When he touched down last night, Donald Trump told reporters immigration is killing Europe. The former UK Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration, John Vine, told LBC immigration's a complicated issue.
A lot of the people that we have coming into the UK start the health service, the social care sector, and they bring money into the university sector. And so there's a great argument for controlled immigration, lawful immigration, and of course we have, to help the economy and to look after people as we get older. We're an ageing society. And many people would say, well, we need people to come in, work and pay taxes.
Donald Trump spent time on his golf course today. He'll meet political leaders, including Sir Keir Starmer and John Swinney, during the visit. The Prime Minister's confirmed the UK will support airdrops of aid into Gaza. Sir Keir Starmer has spoken with French and German leaders today. They'll work with Jordan to get supplies into the region and support children needing medical aid to get out. Noga Tonopolowski is a journalist in Jerusalem. She told LBC there were warnings that the current system wouldn't work.
This would be a dangerous method for food distribution and an inefficient one because so many people would crowd these spots. That first of all, they would be sitting ducks. And secondly, it's just difficult to get food to people in such a crowded situation. It's a recipe for chaos. And that is what happened.
If you've had a medical appointment cancelled due to the current resident doctors' strikes, you should be rescheduled within 2 weeks. NHS England are warning that the 5-day walkout over pay will impact patients. Hospitals are trying to minimise disruption. And in rugby, the British and Irish Lions head coach Andy Farrell says it means absolutely everything to win the series in Australia. A try in the final minute secured the tourists a 29-26 victory in Melbourne. Farrell gave us his reaction.
What a finish, what a finish. I was screaming, pass it to you, lot, but he was never going to pass it, was he? I have to think about what he's been through and where we've got to, and he's scoring the winning try at the death. It's all been worth it, hasn't it?
LBC weather showers should ease, leaving a mostly dry night with some fog patches, a mixture of sunshine and showers tomorrow with a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Sinead Carroll.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Vanessa Phelps.
Well, welcome to the programme. If you've just joined me, lovely listener, it's 2 minutes past 4. It's Saturday, July the 26th. I'm Vanessa Phelps, and I'll be here with you every Saturday and Sunday on LBC between 3 and 6. 50,000 junior hospital doctors have walked out. They don't call them junior doctors anymore, they call them resident doctors, but we know what we're talking about here. The BMA could take legal action, it says, if Labour makes doctors feel pain for striking. Dr. Tom Dolphin, the BMA Council Chairman, said he was disappointed to see the government taking such a hard line against trade unions. His comments come after the Telegraph newspaper revealed that West Streeting told NHS leaders that strikes should not be pain-free for doctors. The BMA claimed that the Health Secretary's remarks indicated the government could be intent on breaking blacklisting laws by stopping resident doctors who take part in industrial action from picking up shifts afterwards. In previous strikes, junior doctors, who are now called resident doctors, have been able to earn large sums by getting overtime rates to clear backlogs, while others have worked as locums during walkouts. Medics have also been able to continue up the ranks despite missing training during strikes. However, the NHS will now change stance on both. In hospitals requiring more doctors to work during strikes in order to protect patient safety, doctors will also be warned that repeated absence from the front line could slow their career progression. 50,000 of them walked out yesterday as part of a 5-day strike over the long-running pay dispute between the government and the BMA. And speaking on Radio 4, Dr. Dolphin said They're talking about punishing the trade union, talking about punishing doctors, holding them back in their training, making sure they don't get locum shifts, that kind of thing. People are talking about that, which of course is not legal, and if we find cases of people being held to detriment for having taken part in strikes, we'll be fighting their case for them. But Mr. Streeting said it's really important that these strikes are not pain-free for resident doctors or the BMA, because otherwise we'll see broader contagion across the BMA and potentially across the public sector. So what I'm asking you really is this: are you sympathetic to the striking doctors? Do you think that they are doing the right thing? So many are talking about the fact that in real terms their pay is severely down. One doctor's holding a banner saying, why does my assistant get paid more than I do? Another's holding a banner saying, this is hurting me in my bank balance. And I wonder whether you do feel sympathetic. You think they work incredibly hard. Their responsibility is literally life and death. Their decisions are vitally and crucially important. They could be the difference between you surviving a terrible stroke or heart attack or not surviving. They could be the difference between a diagnosis that means that your life is saved or a diagnosis that means it isn't. And they really do such an important job. Do you feel as if the job they do is so important, life and death, that really they do deserve whatever money that they are requesting? Or do you think this has gone far too far now? 0345 6060 973. Have you got the doctor's backs? Do you support the doctors? If you have a spouse who's a doctor, if you're a doctor yourself, if you're a nurse, if you work in a hospital, if your children are doctors, you might want to ring in and talk about the training and what they went through to become doctors, and all the nights they've worked, and all the weekends they've worked, and everything they put into the job. And you might want to talk about morale, and you might want to talk about difficulties of recruitment and retention. You might want to talk about how difficult their daily life is and how most people just would buckle under the strain of it. You're not allowed to have an off day when you're a doctor. You can't make a mistake. 0345 606 0973. So do you have the doctor's backs in this? Do you support them or not? Let's discuss this with Paul Gallagher, who is health correspondent for the iPaper. Paul, can you set the scene for us here, the kind of context of this strike, in addition to all the other strikes we've been through before?
Yeah, hi Vanessa.
Hi.
There's certainly a different feel about this latest round of industrial action. The NHS England bosses are taking a much harder line. In fact, the chief executive of NHS England, Sir Jim Mackey, has ordered hospitals to carry on with as much routine care as they can manage. Most of the non-urgent care was, of course, cancelled or postponed during those strikes that we saw across 2023, 2024. And the government itself, as you just explained, also preparing a much harder stance this time round. But that's because Wes Streeting, when Labour came into office, Wes Streeting, as the new health secretary, brought an end to that those 18 months of walkouts by offering resident doctors, junior doctors as they were then known, 22.5% pay rise across 2 years, and this year, from next month, they will get another 5.4% on average. Now, what the doctors are saying is, look, we still haven't got close to our aim of pay restoration. They're seeking their return to pay in line with 2008 levels, following years of real-term pay cuts. And they want another 29% on the back of those recent pay rises to get there. The government have said, look, there's no more money. We're prepared to negotiate on other things, such as helping with your exam costs, with your equipment costs. Doctors have to pay for their own stethoscopes, for example, things like that. But they're not budging on pay. As a result, we've now seen another 5-day walkout begin by up to 50,000 resident doctors across the country, and that's going to last until 7 a.m. on Tuesday. So we're once again where we were about a year ago.
And so what's the story in terms of support for doctors in the greater country? Because we always, we cherish our doctors. We know that they are, they're the ones that deliver our children. They're the ones that, scoop us up off the floor when we've had some hideous accident. When we think of doctors as real people and we think of ourselves as real patients, we're desperately grateful to them, and we know how enormously dependent upon them we are. And yet, is it right to say that the feeling is less supportive in the country as a whole than it was?
Absolutely. Support is waning. We know that from various polls that have been carried out in recent months compared to the polls that were carried out last year. I think the most recent YouGov poll showed 52% of the public were now against further strikes, with 34% of the public supporting. That's been declining steadily since the strikes began back in 2023, and people just aren't as sympathetic anymore because of those pay rises that they've had. even this 5.4% rise they're getting next month, that's the biggest in the public sector this year. The rest of the NHS staff, around 1 million nurses, radiographers, etc., they only got a 3.6% pay rise. So even amongst their colleagues in hospitals, they're getting a bigger pay rise this time round. So you throw all that into the mix, and the fact that NHS waiting lists are finally coming down in recent months after years of going the other way, going north, public support is inevitably waning. It's just not what it was a year ago. And the longer these strikes go on, the less public support the doctors will have.
And yet a photograph carrying banners saying £18.62p is not a fair wage for a resident doctor. And I'm not sure that anybody listening right now to LBC, to you and me talking, would think that it is a fair wage, £18.62 for a doctor. It takes years and years of study to qualify as a doctor, doesn't it?
That's right. But of course, doctors go into that knowing how many years of study it involves. They know how much debt they're going to accumulate over the course of those 5, 7, 8 longer years. But as you say, that basic rate is just over £18. They've launched a campaign, took out adverts in papers on Friday saying we want our demand for a 29% rise equates to a £4 an hour extra, but no one just relies on that basic rate. Of course, all doctors do overtime, they do weekend work, so there are ways that they are guaranteed to top up their salary. And just within a few years of becoming a resident doctor, you're talking about a take-home salary of £70,000 and above. That being said, of course, they have they have accumulated a lot more debt because it takes so much longer to study. But as I do say, everybody goes into that knowing that that's going to be.
So we're talking about £100,000 worth of debt, aren't we?
Essentially, yeah, pretty much.
And they're waving banners, and some of them say, "Do no harm except to our bank balances." And why is my assistant paid more than me? Can it be true that assistants are paid more than doctors?
So this is a bit of a contentious point because physician associates, they've just been told they can no longer. We had that review a couple of weeks ago saying restricting supporting the view they need to change their name to physician assistants. They're not medically trained. They're just 2 years of training compared to doctors. Doctors do start their basic salary. A resident doctor will start on a lower salary than, say, a physician assistant after, I think, a couple of years. But the career, in terms of career progression, within, I think, something like 7 or 8 years, the resident doctor can become a consultant and they'll be earning a 6-figure salary. So in terms of career progression, it's obviously much higher for doctors. That very basic starting salary, yes, they would be paid slightly less than a physician assistant. But of course, as I say, all that weekend work and overtime, they will soon start to earn a lot more.
And so if the doctors lose the support of the nation, what happens next? Because they're saying that this is the start of many strikes that they're going to unfurl over the coming months, aren't they?
Well, they have a mandate for 6 months of strikes. That will take us up to January in the new year, and then they have to go back to their members again to ballot to see if they want to continue striking. Now, from the most recent ballot, we know that support amongst doctors themselves is on the wane. I think it was 90% in favour this time compared to 98, 99% last year, and the turnout fell. So actually, when you throw all those numbers into the mix,